Good day, everyone. We welcome you back to the European Women's Chess Championship 2017, held here in the Latvian capital of Riga. Today with you in the commentating room will be me, Grandmaster Artur Snekšans, together with International Master Jonathan Kalstedt.
Thank you. Welcome.
So the 10th round today. So it was quite interesting day yesterday, don't you think, John?
Yeah, right. So 2 more rounds to go. We had a lot of draws yesterday, actually. So time for a few players to catch up with the leading group, or at least the group who is following the leading group. For example, Elisabeth Peetz won a nice game today. So today she's playing on board 4. And we expect a lot of action for today, fighting for European champion.
Yeah, by the way, speaking about the tournament, I'm a bit surprised to see so many draws. I mean, I did not expect it. I always thought that, of course, this is European Championship, and in European Championship there are no weak players, and thus a draw is a perfectly fine result. But I mean, still, for the women's standards, I mean, women are sometimes playing more aggressively and more fascinating chess than men. There are still so many draws. I mean,
yeah, okay, we had in round 8 a round with a lot of decisive results. And maybe now, I do not know why some players are here. Maybe they do not want to become European champion, but want to be in the top 14 to qualify for World Championship. And if they think that draw will serve their goal, they maybe think, okay, that's fine for me. And for example, yesterday, I think Maria Muzichuk made a very fast draw against Nana Sagnice, if I remember correctly.
yes.
That, on the other hand, was a big surprise to me, because I think that was right. She would play against every woman around the world for a win. But yeah, we cannot see inside the brains and heads of the players, so we can just make guesses why they do what they are doing.
Maybe 2 reasons. One reason is that the top players, they really respect each other. And I checked also how one of the tournament middle top favorite games, Nana Sagnice White against Anna Muzichuk was played also. They played out the opening, White got somewhat slightly better position, very quick draw. So they sort of respect each other's strength, and they don't try to fight out between themselves, and they rely on playing against weaker opponents. But I mean, still probably the second factor is that the players are probably tired.
Yeah, after 9 rounds of chess and a lot of tension, that's maybe what is taking the most energy, that you always are under pressure in each round, because as you said, there's no weak opponent in this tournament. So every round is a very tough round, and so level of energy drops, and we will see who is prepared best for this as well, because to do some sport, to be full of energy during such an important tournament is part of preparation of most players. So we will see who is best at keeping their energy.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, but judging yesterday's results, I was a bit surprised, of course, like you mentioned, that Maria Muzichuk made a draw. Basically, by this draw, she said that she won't be fighting for the first place, I think.
Yeah, right, I agree.
Yeah, but okay, she is still probably a very good contender for the top 3.
And everyone has this reason. I mean, she not in generally always makes draws after 15 moves, so there must be some reason, we just don't know it. So maybe she will tell us, maybe not. That's more or less her business, but we have to accept that she decided to make a draw. So what can we say about this? That's her decision that she made, and I'm pretty sure she had good reasons for this, although I don't know them.
Yeah, and also another co-leader of today, Alexandra Goryachkina. Actually, a few days ago, I made a bold prediction that Goryachkina might win this tournament. I don't know, I just had this feeling that she's playing such energetic chess, always fighting until the end, and I felt that this might be the tournament of Alexandra. But still, I mean, yesterday she had an excellent chance to get sole lead, and she didn't. Okay.
Today I was in the playing hall before the game started, and she was the first player from the top ports who arrived at the board. Does this show that she's very focused, or what do you think? Is this some kind of a sign what she's up to?
I'm not sure, because it probably depends on the player, because I know that certain players, they have this some sort of a ritual. They arrive like 20 minutes, then they sit at the board 10 minutes, not staring at the same spot, trying to get into the position. But I think it really depends on every single player. How does he concentrate? For example, speaking about myself, I rarely concentrate 100% in the opening. I know the opening I played out very quickly, and then sometimes at the middle game I fully switch on. For example, there are players who like to do that right in the beginning.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I understand.
Alexander Goryachkin, of course, is a very talented, very promising young player from Russia, and I totally won't be surprised if she wins the tournament. But still, I think that Nana Dzagnidzhe is the favorite.
Nana Dzagnidzhe, maybe she's playing very good chess, very solid, no bad position so far, more or less. But of course, Alexandra is one of the futures of women chess, and I wouldn't be surprised if one day she will be even world champion.
That might be possible. And Nana Dzagnidzhe, so far I've seen her games. She has not been struggling in basically every single game. I saw she had somewhat worse endgame against Olga Zimina. I don't remember which round was it. Something like in tournament middle. And after that, she was comfortably playing with black, winning with white. At the same time, for example, one of the tournament favorites, Maria Muzichuk, I have a feeling that she is really struggling with black. I basically every single game we have been following, she has some problems. She was losing against Sarah Holt, at least it appeared to be so. She was very close to losing against Kotovanashvili and actually losing by force at some moment. There were some first round games. In the first round against Judith Fox, she also was very shady position, so something is not going wrong good for her.
Yeah, that's sometimes if you play a tournament and things go bad, everything goes bad. So maybe her openings are still very good, but for some reason opponents in this tournament always find the blind spot of her preparation. And sometimes this happens. And she's today playing board 3, so playing a bad tournament and still be playing board 3 is good achievement, I think.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, you can still play maybe badly, not a desired result, but if the points keep coming, okay,
yeah,
it is
right. Better than the other way around, playing good and losing every game.
Actually, also, I think you assume you have the same attitude, because I believe that even the worst, most ugliest victory is much worth than the most beautiful loss.
Right. I agree. I never understood people who say, but it was a good game. I lost, but I don't care. I don't care. I want to win. I want to have the point. And if it's dirty win, I don't care. So. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look. Maybe we go into board 1 between Nana Dzagnidzhe and Monika Sochko. Nana is on 7 points, Monika on 6.5. And I just talked to Monika's good friend Marta Michner, who has a very bad tournament, and she said that we won't see a short draw here. She is predicting a long fight today, because of course for Monika the draw would be a decent result, but she says that she thinks Nana will fight until the very end to win this game and to get a lead in the tournament before the last round.
But I think this is perfectly understandable. Okay, right now Nana is 7 points out of 9. I'm by the Buchholz. She's in was the Buchholz the first tiebreak? I seem to forgot. Doesn't matter. I mean, she's on the first place. But I mean, this is the last game for her basically with white.
Yeah.
So if she doesn't win today, tomorrow she plays black. And if she makes 2 draws, it is very likely that somebody will surpass her.
Yeah,
so it's completely understandable. She understands also herself that if she wants to take the title, she has to win today. Okay,
but I have the theory that last round colors doesn't matter, because there's so much pressure, so much stress. Last round was black or white.
Well,
it's maybe not a big difference as a normal games.
So speaking about the opening, what do you make of this?
I played this like maybe 30, 40 times with white myself, but giving queen a4 check instead of short castle. It's a fighting opening. I analyzed it a lot, and you will never find an objective way to advantage here for white. But it's slight pressure, kind of Catalan structure, but without d4 at the moment, and was very fast development for white. So you already after castle you have all your king side developed, and I always try to get the pawn back. Of course here there are a lot of alternatives. You do not have to take on c4. There's bishop e7, c6, and some setup with c6, b6, bishop d7, knight b7. It's even interesting to play c6 and bishop d6, because people who only play c4 do not like to play d4. What's maybe necessary is if the bishop is on d6. So there are some interesting lines, but d takes c4.
It's very trending.
Yeah, it is. And okay, there are a lot of options, and I'm a little surprised that Nana's thinking after knight bd7, as far as I can see.
Is the queen a4 here? The queen a4 the main move here?
Queen a4 is one of the moves, and you safely can get back your pawn on c4. No way to protect it because the knight on d7 is pinned. But there's a very aggressive alternative, which is knight a3. As far as I remember, also recommendation by Marine in his book about English opening.
I also remember reading it. Yes.
Yeah. So.
But I'm not sure on which order of the moves was it. Was it immediate knight a3? I think before the castle, or maybe it doesn't matter basically.
Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe some players hope that instead of knight bd7, c6 or something, black is going to play bishop e7. And so then knight a3 and bishop takes a3 would be a loss of tempo. So
the point I'll maybe show very quickly, knight b6 doesn't make much sense, because we will just take on c4. Let's say black plays something like this, we simply give a check. So we can assume that this is somewhat more preferable position for white, although black is not really struggling. Maybe d3 is very
d3.
solid, and the e4.
Yeah, some people nowadays even play rook e1 to play e4 without
instead of d3.
Yeah,
okay.
and then pushing d4 at once. Both possible moves, of course. And yeah.
And d4 probably doesn't make much sense here, because you lose control on the e4 squares.
Right.
Like bishop e4 or bishop d5, then c6.
Right.
Yes. Okay, so yes, that is what right now Nana is thinking. Could it be possible that she didn't expect this line from Monica?
Maybe. I have to admit, I'm not too familiar with Monica's black repertoire against, let's say, d4 structures. So maybe she expected something else. I don't know. But okay, at least, I mean, she's such a strong player. She has seen this position before. I think she's just thinking about what to do, queen c2 or knight a3, or queen a4, sorry.
Yeah, I think the main line goes something like this, and the general understanding is if black manages to put the bishop on b7, he should be out of danger. But not so simple, of course, something like queen c2 or queen b3.
Yeah, that was always my problem. I really looked it up like 20 times, but I could never remember when to put the queen on c2 and when on b3, and there are rules. It's not just, you can not just do both, but I never, even now cannot remember where to put the queen. Yeah, okay, but now you're trying to play d4, I guess, at some point.
No, I don't think so, was it? I think d3 is more common. The same
okay, but
d3,
then there's no advantage.
Yeah, but also after d4, it seems like a very, very good Catalan for
very
black.
good Catalan structure.
So, okay, maybe right now when Nana is thinking about her possibilities, we can very quickly jump to the board too.
And maybe the opening we see most in this tournament. Maybe it's a bit a bit too much to say that, but this London system really is alive.
Do we have to thank to some grandmaster unknown from Norway?
Yeah, maybe from Norway. Yeah, maybe, or from US. Gata Kamsky as well, of course, plays it a lot, but maybe he has not so much influence on players from European Championship. Yeah. Anyway, this is one of the main nights, and I thought, okay, instead of she played c3.
Maybe we can
let's have a look.
Yeah.
d4, d5, bishop f4, bishop f6, e3, c5. Yeah. Knight f3, knight c6, and here queen b6. That's the move I always try to make work, but it's not so clear actually. People play queen b3, c4, queen c2, bishop f5. You are not allowed to take after bishop f5 on f5 because b2 is hanging. Actually, there are lines when white hasn't played knight f3 and black hasn't played knight f6. Then you can take on f5. I once fall for this trick and lost in 25 minutes. Then
everything falls apart in the center.
Right. So now I think they play queen c1, and yeah, that's some kind of position. Computer always says it's equal, but well, white has some plans to attack the pawns.
And bd2 and b3.
Yeah, right. And that's, and black has to go something like queen d8, b5, a5 at some point. Yeah, I don't know. That's the alternative, but okay, e6.
E6 was played.
And now we basically have some Slav defense with colors reversed, structure-wise.
Yeah, so bishop g3 idea is that white wants to postpone the decision to exchange the bishops. Obviously, the exchanging the bishops on g3 will favor white, because then black, after a short castling, will experience some possible problems with the h7 pawn, so white might even make a long castle if needed. So bishop g3 is a somewhat, yes, trendy move in this variation, and all of this seems quite standard. b6 seems to be like a requirement for me if black actually wants to go for something like e5, because queen c7 right now, what I want with black, I want to push e6, e5 as soon as possible. Now there's just d takes on c5.
And that's a very unpleasant move.
Yeah, so and basically forces, not only black loses a pawn for some time, but he forces to open the h line, which should favor white. So, and this actually I think also is one of the reasons why white is postponing the castle for some time. Okay, while we are talking, white
it happens.
Just, just made the castle. Okay, yes.
So they she castled here, and yeah, but this is still very normal position. Now maybe first bishop b7, and then e5. Or do you think she will play directly queen c7?
I think queen c7 looks more logical to me. I'm not sure what is the actual theory in this position, if there is any. There should be some lines.
I guess there should be.
So because after bishop b7, I would imagine white would at some moment want to play some like knight e5, possibly by f4, knight f3, and bishop h4. Maybe I can try to draw it.
You really like it.
I just discovered how to draw. Yes, this is so nice, and the knight goes here. Look at this.
Our goal for today was to paint some nice pictures.
We tried to paint something, but so the result were quite nice. Okay, yes, but I mean, on the serious note, castle, queen c7. Okay, this is quite interesting. Maybe actually white can aim for some breakthrough in the center. So this is.
What about directly e4?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. E4. So there's the question: should I include c takes on d4 or not?
Yeah, it always feels like you should, because then at least you have an isolated pawn.
Something like this feels a bit forced line.
Yeah.
But it also feels a bit dangerous for black, because he has to keep an eye on, let me draw again, show my drawing skills. Not only rook c1, but there's also this threat to take on h7 with some knight g5 and queen h5.
Yeah, that's very dangerous. Without knight on f6 and no possibility to protect h7 with, for example, bishop f5, it's always in the air. So
so probably black has to take on e4 without taking on the e4. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, but this only solves your problem with the c line, not with maybe taking on h7.
Yeah, but okay, but let's say this position, maybe I can take on g3 safely, because there's nothing on the h line.
So first h takes.
Let's say takes. Now I don't know if bishop takes on h, and is it a threat or not? It's difficult to tell. Maybe something like h6.
And can I play slowly here with like bishop c2 and regroup with queen d3? Probably.
I think should be all right.
Bishop a6,
bishop a6, and looks very balanced. And actually, this is what actually should be happening in this position, because white is not aiming for any advantage, and he just goes out to play chess. I mean, this is quite funny that. I mean, nowadays chess has changed so much. I mean, people don't even try to get advantage. They want to get some kind of analyzed, not very deeply analyzed position with many pieces, and then just trick your opponent. I mean, maybe
it's to trick is maybe. I think it's 100% Carlsen.
Okay.
I grew up with like Anand and Kramnik and those people being world champion. And back then, coaches always told me you have to play e4, and first in the training and coaching we do how to get advantage with white in the opening. And then Carlsen came around and said, okay, I can play every position. I'm the better chess player. So nowadays people should work more on their chess and not on their openings, and because we see it here, we have so much London system and sideline stuff. Why to
you can always make cheap endgame tricks everywhere.
Right. Endgames, you have to learn endgames. That's true actually. Endgames is so little explored. on so many levels that there you can make a lot of points actually.
Okay, but Alexandra, probably she didn't like something about Queen C7. She played Bishop B7. I wouldn't be really surprised if White would now play Knight E5, something like that. It feels like that should be played.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So maybe we can jump to the third game. So this is a very, very interesting game to follow, and I'm curious to see how Maria Muzichuk will be doing today, because like I said in the beginning of this broadcast, she's been playing not very confidently with black in this tournament. So I'm curious if she'll manage to solve the problems in this game, but this is a familiar position to me, because I've been, of course, analyzed it with black. Knight f3, this is a very popular trendy line, d takes on c4. Well, too bad that Alina did not play bishop g5, because there are some more possible hostile lines, bishop g5, and black can play c5, d takes and d4 with extremely interesting and rich possibilities. But okay, I mean, both players, of course, they know what they're doing. And Alina confessed to us, I don't remember which round, was it second or third round, that her husband, Radek Wojtaszek, of course, is helping her in the prep.
You should.
Yeah, and you can feel that Alina is very well prepared in the opening.
Yeah, that's my impression during the whole tournament, actually. She won a very nice game with White, I think, against Katarina Lagno 2 rounds ago, and this was very convincing stuff she played there. So, and also by the time spent already, she's still on 131, and Maria is thinking. So. Maybe.
So this is the main line as far as I know. Yes, bishop a6, queen a4, queen d7, and queen c2. Now, if I remember correctly, the main move here is c5. There were some
C5,
tricky lines.
okay.
Yes, c5, d takes, and rook c8, if I'm not mistaken. And there were some forced lines, and black was comfortably holding the equality, at least to my knowledge. Of course, I might not know the hyper-modern theory. Maybe in the last month something has developed here, but as far as I know, this is comfortable for black. So.
Okay, but that's something you do nowadays. Yeah, you test your opponent if she or he knows everything, and if yes, then it's a draw. Otherwise, you have problems.
Of course, I mean, if Maria would repeat this line before the game, she would perfectly and probably easily make a draw. But that's the point. I mean, maybe she cannot remember the exact lines here, and well, you can see from the live video, she's right now trying to remember what was being played here, what were the options. I'm fairly sure she knows. She knows what to play here. She's just trying to pick the best possible continuations. She's trying to predict how the game will continue. Does my opponent want to draw? Can I play for the win here? How can I keep some options open? So it's not, I mean, so there's so many factors to take into account.
But she's looking around, so it's really remembering mode, not calculating mode.
Probably, yes. Maybe she did not expect something. And okay, we will see how she'll do with the remembering, but
board 4.
Oh, there's some action.
Yeah, and that's of course a game I'm very interested in. Elisabeth, like 2 minutes before the start of the round, was looking in, and I think she's in a good mood today. So I have to be honest, I cheer for her.
So what is the current tournament situation?
This is the last. Yeah, this is the last board with 6.5 points both. Elisabeth yesterday won a very nice game, and Elina as well, as far as I remember. She struck back after a loss against Nana Sagnice in round 8, round 9 she won, and both are on 6.5, and more or less still having an eye on championship.
Yeah, so possibly a winner of this game might be a very real contender for top 3.
Right. And we are seeing some Boni, very nice. I played a game at Gibraltar with it, and but with black. And I beat Gupta, some 2,600 players, one of the strongest players I ever beat. So it was a very nice game for me. And it wasn't this G3 line. And
but this G3, I think it more or less asks for the Benoni.
Yeah, right.
Because I've been playing this with black myself also, and I feel that if you don't play Benoni, then white will always play G3, because you cannot play Queen's Indian.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. If you don't play the Benoni, then you are left to play something like the Catalan.
Yeah, right. I agree. So Benoni is the most principled choice against this G3 stuff. Yes, and I think you had it in some commentary already. That was this very same line. and that you said that okay,
But
Benoni
this is
against G3.
the least dangerous
Yeah.
continuation. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong, but I believe that some far more dangerous line. For example, the main lines like knight f3, bishop f4, e3, h3. These lines are extremely unpleasant for black, but this is more or less all right. But okay, we'll see how it will go out. Of
Yeah.
course, white is better, but
Yeah, I know that Elisabeth knows something about Benoni from the black side as well. So, okay.
this
This is all mainline more or less,
quite
yeah?
standard.
So, okay, knight e5, yeah, knight e5 is a good move. Actually, knight b6 is another possibility.
Where?
Knight,
you mean,
knight,
instead
knight
of
b6 here, yeah. And then to play knight a8, bishop d7, knight c7.
Maybe we can a little show it.
Yeah, knight a3.
So
bishop
the point is, why white does not want to exchange the knight?
Well, in general, white has some space advantage, and if you have more space, you have more squares to put your pieces. On the opposite, black has less space, so not so many squares to put the pieces, so we want to keep our pieces at the board. To ask black, what do you do with your pieces? Where do you put them? I know there's one nice square, e5, but you maybe want to put like 4 pieces there, and I won't help you to get rid of this problem, which piece to put there. So we won't change any pieces, only our very bad pieces, but at the moment, as far as I can see, every white piece more or less having a job, so she will keep them.
So probably white plays knight a3
Knight
in order
a3.
to play a5
Yeah.
and then return knight c4.
Yeah, I think now something like bishop d7 is mainline to provoke a5, knight a8, and jumping to b5.
Okay.
So
Maybe
now
now
bishop
bishop
b5 directly. I remember I because I'm, as I said, Benoni player myself from time to time. I had a look at this line, but at the end of the day, it's still unpleasant. So I decided myself to play knight e5 actually, instead of knight b6, knight a3, and knight h5. Yeah, and according to my analysis, after e4.
Which was played in the game.
Which was played in the game. Even f5 sooner or later is an option. Maybe not now, but sooner or later.
I think you have to sacrifice already something, no?
Yeah.
Takes and
Yeah,
some
maybe
G4.
not now. That's the problem. I don't remember stuff. That's really, it's always the same. So much stuff to know, and so little time. I don't know, but I remember this position actually. And I think sooner or later it was f5.
Well, I think black only has 2 reasonable choices here. Either to go for a quick b5, probably something bishop d7 related, or go for f5. He doesn't have anything else, and if he'll play not active enough, black will just land in a clearly inferior position, I think.
I'm just thinking, I think this is my Gupta game.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think I played c4 here. Or at least in a similar position, c4.
So c4 with the idea to jump to d3 and possibly
After
sacrifice
f4,
the pawn.
yeah. After, okay, f4 now is maybe not too good. Knight d3 because g3 is hanging as well.
You can always sacrifice something there, no?
Yeah, or first knight d3.
Yeah,
Works both more or less.
What do you think? What is the reason why the Benoni is so rarely a guest at the top level tournaments?
I don't know. I really don't know. There's this bishop f4 line, and I have a lot of analyzers with it. I think it's perfectly playable for black. And in general, I know one of the top players, and I think he even said it. So during the candidates, Caruana once played Benoni, and I know that they have a lot of analyzers in this Benoni line, and basically Benoni is playable.
Okay, well, okay, I hope we'll see more of it because it's such a dynamic opening.
Yeah, maybe if you play next time GM tournament in Jomala again, we will have a fight in the Benoni.
Okay. Probably. Okay, let's see. E4 was played, and while Elina with black right now is thinking about the possible theoretical lines here, let's jump to the next game. Anna Muzichuk is playing with black against Anita Gara with white, and yesterday, oh my god, that was such a tragedy. I mean, I don't remember something like that in the performance of the one of the strongest women chess players to miss such a clear win in the end game.
Yeah, that's true. So let's hope she recovered somehow from this. This is what maybe great players can do, yeah? Suffer some, okay, she didn't lose, but yeah, some unexpected loss of a half point and come back next round immediately.
But it already actually felt that she had lost her game before that, because she was not getting very good positions after the openings, with the exception that she beat very confidently Sarah Holt. I don't remember which round 5 or 6 something, and then she started to make many draws, and I was under such an impression that she is hiding her opening or something. I don't know.
Is there an important tournament coming
up?
up?
I don't know. I thought that, okay, if she would be playing, let's say, in a month for the World Championship title against Hou Yifan, I would understand. Okay, you don't want to reveal your openings, but she's playing some sidelines, not the most challenging opening lines, and well, I got such an impression.
Okay, but on the other hand, sometimes players want to get to know new structures, want to develop as a player, and so they're looking for new and maybe not so familiar openings. And maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. I don't know her. I only see her playing. I like her games, of course. Very instructive, a lot of them. But okay, till now, it's not as convincing as it was, for example, at World Championship. And yeah, but okay, she will come back. She's a great player, and only because of one tournament, maybe you cannot judge.
Well, this tournament still has not finished.
Yeah, and she still bought 5, with 6 points. And Anita Gara, not on our screen during the tournament, more or less, but now coming up from the field. So after the rest day, she, I think, won twice, and now she's back there. I once played her in some team championship in Germany, and I had a losing position, but somehow managed to swindle my way to a win. But she's a very strong player, and I think very determined to now, after winning some games, to go on. And because I don't know, I think she didn't expect the chance to maybe even qualify for top 14 spots. So I think she's one of the players who really, really want.
So what is right now the current standings? Let us remind our viewers. So right now we have 2 leaders with 7 points. Then it's 6.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 players at 6.5.
And then we have to count, right? So it's 12, 13, 14 players.
14 players with 6 out of 9. Yeah. So there is a huge group of the players following the top players, and everything could still happen.
Yeah.
But I actually, like I said, I was surprised about the amount of the draws, and I'm left with this feeling that this half a point, which is both 2 leaders ahead of everybody, it means quite a lot. It didn't mean anything like a few rounds before, but now
it counts. It counts
really.
It really, really counts. Yeah, and especially if you have white now today, like Nana. Well, but let's see. So what do we have? We did.
Let's check
some Alpine Sicilian.
Yeah, let's check what happened in this game. Of course, Knight f6 is now more popular than the d5. Knight c6, of course, this is playable. I'm a fan of d6 myself.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, this is some more or less known stuff.
And e5, yes, this is known. This is quite aggressive. Of course, this shows her ambition in the game. Anna perfectly understands that she has to fight and she has to win this game if she wants to achieve anything. Of course, if she won't win this game and let's say she won't finish in the top 3, of course it won't be a disaster. It will be just a bad tournament. And Anna is such a great player. I'm sure that if not in this tournament, she'll show in the next why she is considered one of the best players.
Yep. I agree.
I'm not familiar with this particular line I know until something like this, after e5, bishop d6, I know that black is supposedly fine here, but I'm not familiar with the actual theory.
So maybe we should go to the position they have on the board. Take. Yes, what do we think about it?
I like black's position, but now it really depends if black can safely play f6.
Yeah, I agree. Can he?
I don't know.
Can she? Well, we should.
Yeah, can she? Alexei Shirov in the first day kept.
I remember.
Yes, kept all the time correcting me that I'm saying he, but I'm accustomed to talk about men's chess, not women's chess, so I apologize.
And it's more about color, yeah. It's about white and black.
Yes, that's what I explained to him. But
yeah, maybe he won't listen, yeah.
yes. So f6, I don't know, maybe something like, is queen e4 something possible, or queen on the long diagonal? Queen h5 obviously is impossible because of g6. Very quickly I'll show this funny
would like
line.
to sacrifice, but queen g7 saves the day, so that's not possible.
So queen h5 doesn't work. So maybe I can do something like queen e4.
Yeah.
But there's the big question. We did prolong this f5, but is it so useful? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so, because h6 comes.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
So f6 seems like a normal move to me. And after f6, let's say I have to retreat some like bishop e3 something, and now...
Okay, but her last move was bishop g5, so there
there was exchange.
There
was an
taking
exchange.
on g5, so
she played knight g5.
Yeah,
knight g5 exchange and f6. I think f6 is a very reasonable move, and right now I'm quite sure that Anna is considering it, and something like bishop e3. Well, I would want to activate my knight on b6 as soon as I can.
Yeah, I agree. So knight d5. Yeah.
Something like knight e5. Obviously, you have to count for bishop b3 ideas.
But okay, knight f4 maybe is
knight
enough.
f4, or maybe I can even play rook d8, because knight f4 exchange. Of course, black is perfectly fine here. Queen c4 or something.
Queen f7.
Queen f7 and knight a3. I think it's some balanced position.
Yeah.
But actually, black might be willing to play for more.
Okay.
So maybe instead of knight f4, the knight is so beautifully positioned here. Maybe rook d8. I like this actually for black.
Okay, maybe bishop c5, because that's my advantage here, the bishop pair, and knight a3 maybe. I do not want to block my rook on the d.
Yes, but now knight f4 seems to be a bit annoying.
It is.
This knight is a bit annoying on the g2, some possible ideas.
Okay, but I can take on e6 still and play queen c4 maybe, then knight a5. Complicated. Queen c4, but okay. That's maybe a bit
But I think actually...
but I agree. Black is completely fine, and maybe going for more than only being fine, but being better at some point.
I think this is the position Anna actually was looking for after the opening, and she should be happy. I don't know about white.
Okay, her goal was to get some kind of advantage, even if it's not objective. It's a bishop pair, and now she tries to play according to the position. I think that's the idea.
So I'm just wondering, what is Anna thinking here? What are her options? What are the alternatives?
That's a good question. Yeah, maybe to put something to c4. Is that possible?
Yes.
I do not know what.
But bishop c4 doesn't look logical. I can play, I don't know, the bishop on c4
queen
doesn't.
h5 even.
Maybe queen h5, maybe just queen e1, and then knight a3, the bishop on c4 is under attack. Well, f6 seems to be the most reasonable move. Maybe Anna's just making sure that there's no dangerous attack on the this. Let me again draw for you.
Yeah. Maybe
like
some other
this.
color. You know, you have different colors.
Blue colors are right.
You like blue color?
Yeah. Okay, I'll try the yellow after that.
Yeah. Very good.
Okay. So some possible hostilities with the bishop on targeting the h7.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just making sure.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Okay, so next game is Irina Bulmaga, the yesterday's visitor in the studio. She was, of course, very lucky to escape the 10 game against Anna Muzychuk. And today she's facing another pre-tournament favorites, Katerina Lachno.
Who was guest as well yesterday.
Yeah, she also.
us.
Yeah, she was, and Katerina also understands that if she wants to show her ambitions for a high play, she has to win today. And of course, Irina, she is supposedly underdog of this fight, but she has nothing to lose.
Yeah, right.
So
we see some classical Sicilian. Bishop g5, all well known. f3. Okay, you can go first.
I think it is possible. The one move was f3, other was f4.
I think I was analyzing h4 here at some point. but yeah, maybe this is more of a sideline h4. So take, that's more or less normal. h4.
Seems quite standard to me.
Yeah, but both spend some time. So castle g4.
a3. Not sure if a3 is a requirement, but it's usually a normal move. Just to make sure that b5, b4 will never happen. And now Katrina is thinking.
Yeah, when I learned like 15 years ago about Sicilian structures, I learned that you should never move the a pawn when you castle longside in Sicilian, but I think that was wrong, because nowadays they all play a3 to prevent b4, and it's now way more difficult for black to keep the pawns rolling or start them rolling. So yeah,
I'm fairly sure this is some theoretical position, because all of these moves make very much sense. And now it basically depends who will be the first to strike, because for white the game plan is extremely straightforward. I won't take on f6 obviously, because let's say black makes some random move.
Let's say queen a5. Does it serve your point?
No. I wanted to make some random moves, so just to show the idea that bishop on f6, I just can simply take on f6 and I can always regain the pawn on c3. I mean,
even if you doesn't, the pawn structure would be so bad that
let's say some thematic idea that the bishop on e5 always compensates the lost pawn with some possible f5 ideas. Yeah, but the point was that white is not threatening to take on f6.
Yeah.
She probably wants to retreat bishop e3 and g5.
Or first h5
or
and
h5.
g5.
Yeah.
So that would be some very typical stuff in this position, right?
So it really brings the question, what should black do? Because for white the game is quite straightforward, and maybe she can try to exchange queens. I don't know.
Okay, maybe you explain. If I just make normal moves, I start with queen a5.
Queen a5, okay.
My idea is to double rooks on c5 and to sacrifice on c3.
Maybe I can even sacrifice on c3 and play some d5 or somehow combine. Let's say bishop e3. Can I play now d5? Can I do that?
Maybe even that. Okay, but we have a guest,
Yeah?
so we're going for a little break and we'll be back in a second.
Okay. And so we are back live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship round 10. So right now I have some very interesting news for you. There seems to be a very important event has just happened here in Riga. With us in the studio is Christian Hinterberger, the president of the European Fair Play Movement, and I understand the European Fair Play Movement has made an agreement with European Chess Union. Maybe you can elaborate on that.
Yes, we have a remarkable moment today because for the first time we start a cooperation with the European Chess Union, a non-Olympic federation, and we agreed together, the European Chess Union and the European Fair Play Movement, to support each other in developing fair play principles and ethical values in sport, especially in chess as well. The agreement finally tries to help each other to define a code of ethics for the athletes, for the players, for the officials, for trainers, for all involved in sports, for commentators, for journalists, for the media, that all of them know and don't forget the spirit of sports. The spirit of sports makes the fascination of sports. And if you lose the spirit, you lose the fascination. And the spirit of sports is very close connected to fair play and ethics. That's what we signed today, and we have the first thing that we will do is to invite the representatives of the European Chess Union to attend our next Congress in October in Haifa, in Israel, where the topic sports as a means of reconciliation will be discussed with several keynote speakers and workshops and working groups, and where we expect some representatives of the European Chess Union as well. That's the one hand. On the other hand, we are supporting, we try to support the European Chess Union by developing their special code of ethics for chess. And as we know from the past, in all sports, main matters now are betting, cheating, and match fixing.
Does it mean you'll also invent some kind of anti-cheating, new methods, something like that, some new technology?
It has to recognize the development of new technologies, of course, and it must have legal background. We need lawyers for this, to have in the back the knowledge of the lawyers, and a goal far away is probably to establish sometimes in the future a European sports ombudsman for all the main matters concerning seriously sports.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand the problem that the fair play, of course, is a big issue right now in the professional sports, also for chess. But does this agreement also cover something with the online chess or not? Because as you said that this agreement will talk about the legal part, and recently there have been attempts to create very competitive online chess tournaments, and right now the main problem to deal with the people who use some assistance is the legal part. They cannot bind them with anything. I mean,
okay.
So does this agreement somehow in the future will try to solve this?
It is, in my opinion, it could be a first step in this direction to specificate the problems within chess. It's up to the chess union to nominate, to name, to pick it up and to deal with that. What we can do, what we offer any support we have for this case. But it's definitely a job of the chess union to handle, because there are different specific matters and issues and problems in any sports. It's different in football than in athletics. It's different from athletics to chess. It's different from chess to basketball. So We give a basis for developing code of ethics, some codes to how to act, how to behave, and it has to be transferred into the specific circumstances of the different sports. And that's what the chess have to do themselves. They know their problems well. They know them very well, better than me, better than we. So they have to nominate and to handle that. We give the support we can give. We offer the support we have.
Okay, I mean, this sounds very good news for the chess community. We are very glad that the European Chess Union has joined such an alliance with the European Fair Play movement. And, well, I don't know, maybe we can very shortly resume our broadcast to the European Women's Chess Champion Round 10. With you in the studio was the president of the movement, Christian Hinterberger. Thank you for joining us,
Thank
and we
you.
will be seeing you in a few minutes. And we're back live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship. Before we resume our commentary on the games, we have one more special guest who is Artis Lakstins, who is a representative of the European Capital Cities of Sport Federation. As I understand, there's been some kind of significant agreement made with the European Chess Union. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, today was days in European ACES Europe. It's a short name of European Capitals and Cities of Sports Federation, to sign the protocol of agreement with the European Chess Union about to be partners to make a more movement, make a more talks and more different activities to representing a sport, representing chess and representing sport cities, because sport ACES Europe is a big platform with a lot of European cities and capitals of sport, where it's a platform where the Chess Union can to come and to talk with activities, to talk about chess, about popularity, about the activities of Chess Federation, because the last European Youth Championship in city of Prague was very successful, to with 1,300 people in one tournament. It's such a big tournament, and it was took part in a Prague city. It was amazing. And Prague city is last year the Prague city was European capital of sport. That means then it's good relationship between Chess Union and European sport cities and capitals. That means then it's a big platform for each other to talk more about these activities and to promote the chess like a sport. And it's good cooperation, and it will take time to talk.
So I understand this is the first time a chess institution has signed an agreement?
It's a first chess institution, yeah, and this ACES Europe is trying to find out the ways how to make more introduce with this movement with sports cities and capitals, and for sure it's need to be both sides cooperation. That means then the chess federation, it's giving a possibility to talk with different cities all around Europe.
Okay, thank you. With us in the studio was Artis Lakstins, representative of the European Capitals and Cities of Sport Federation. We'll resume very quickly the 10th round of the European Women's Chess Championship here live from Riga. We'll be seeing you in a minute. So back from Riga with some actual chess and entertaining games. With you in the studio is Grandmaster Artur Nekšans with Jonathan Kosted.
Hello, back again.
Yeah, and okay, we had some very interesting visitors here in the studio, and I think that is quite significant for the chess union. I mean, for the chess society as such, but let's not forget we are still here to follow the chess tournament.
Yeah,
and there's something very interesting going on.
That's true, but some focus on fair play and everything that's connected to it is very important, and good that there are good developments.
Yeah, that's very good to hear. So speaking about the board one game, we left this game at this moment, and Nana played exactly what Michael Marin suggests,
Yeah.
knight a3.
Yeah.
I don't remember, to be honest, was it immediate here instead of short castle, or then knight a3, but maybe it doesn't matter. So knight a3, take, castle, queen c2, and a6.
Yeah, I had a game with this position, but my opponent back then played, I think, knight b6, something like this.
Here,
Yeah,
knight b6, I would assume a4 is the...
yeah, I think she played something like. Then I played
A5.
a5, and I had some very decent position, but I should have been ready to give up my a4 pawn for getting the c4 pawn, and I wasn't, so it was a draw in the end. Yeah, something like this, So, but okay, a6, of course, is a decent move. But this is one of the ideas, I think, of knight a3 and doubling the a pawn. Now you can attack b5 twice. You play a4, take on b5, and can attack it a second time. And that's, I think, one of the many ideas of this line.
I assume there is no knight d4 or knight e5, is there? No?
Well, there's. So maybe now.
Maybe
now
I can first take on b5, and then I can play something like this.
Yeah, and there are threats of knight b5, knight c6 all over the place, so that's maybe not what black wants. But Nana decided after a6 to go a4, and then c5. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. So we can take, yeah, sure. But what is b6 the move now?
I don't like this for black, because
Yeah, I agree.
I'm under the impression that white got everything he wanted. I mean, usually white would even be playing this position, sacrificing the pawn on a3, and then just having this very strong bishop. But this position leaves me with the feeling that white is enjoying this very powerful bishop on b2, and this is worse. Something like, I don't know, maybe, unless there's something extremely specific going, something like b5, some direct moves.
Let's see. What about b5?
So let's
take, and
b5.
bishop a6, because e2 now.
I will try to mark.
What?
No.
What did you do?
I wanted to mark with the red. I wanted to show you my advanced tech skills with
But
this
why is
board.
it white and red?
I have no idea.
Okay, but it looks good, like the warning sign.
Yes, I mean the idea was after bishop a6, I wanted to show that black is targeted with the bishop on e2, and this seems to be probably alright for black. But the point is, after b5, probably white is not obliged to take on b5. She can just play queen c2.
Yeah. Okay, but then bishop, as you said, bishop b7 in another line, you mentioned it.
Something like this.
Yeah. That
Maybe
looks-
include a takes on b5, but this really gives me the impression that white is somewhat better.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably
That's-
black is very solid. Maybe I'm wrong, wouldn't be the first time, but I don't know.
Yeah.
About this a4, b5 probably was not playable because of this a takes on b5 and knight d4. That makes me question maybe this knight b6 was more interesting.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know this line. So what I'm to judge? I mean,
Yeah, okay, but queen takes c4 happens.
yes.
So this is a position on the board, and everything but b5 would be a big surprise, because otherwise there's nothing to do here for black.
b5 feels like a must, really.
Yeah.
Unless Monica is familiar with this position, so right now I'm absolutely sure she is looking at b5. You can see how she seriously is sitting at the board.
And looking at this side of the board, yeah, and
Yeah,
calculating.
maybe she's trying to understand after, let's say, bishop a6, I go somewhere with the queen, I don't know, something like I have no idea. Something like queen, wherever. Queen b3. Maybe there's some rookie one. The knight potential jumps. I mean, this is a very tricky position. It's not so easy to say.
But there are positions where you have a lot of options, and then there are this kind of positions.
Yeah.
So does she has any other options?
The other option is b6 to play passive, but b6 is impossible,
I
is it?
don't like it.
b6 is it knight d4?
d4.
But there is some typical response, knight
Like
e5.
knight e5, we see it a lot. Yeah.
Queen c2 something. Obviously, you cannot take on d4, and something very simple like rook a7 should be all right for
Maybe
black.
hold. But okay, you don't have to play it right now. You can start maybe with bishop b2.
Probably, yeah.
And I mean, a5 is at some point, a5 can be.
Maybe now I can play a5.
Yeah, with black, but with
Yeah.
white it's an idea. So
Yeah, so actually a5 here makes quite sense.
okay, but maybe now I have knight d4 again.
Maybe knight d4, yes.
So you may play knight, but then bishop a6 now, bishop
Knight
b5.
b5. No, knight
knight,
b5.
knight b5. Yeah, that was my idea. Yeah, sure. Okay, but b6, you have to. It's at least a move, right? It's not that b5 is only move, but.
Yeah, if black would play b6, it's probably connected with a6, a5. b5, this is entirely different continuation. So, yeah, okay, Monica is right now choosing her possibilities. So while she's doing that, we'll jump to the next board.
Yeah, but we're agreeing that white has a pleasant position.
It feels like that. It is possible that computer says that black is perfectly fine, but usually this dark square bishop striking on the long diagonal, my experience says there should be something for white. I mean, of course, nothing dramatic, but okay.
Okay, we are on board 2 now. Yeah, yesterday Igor explained to me how these names come up. This
How is it pronounced?
Yeah, and why, which order, family name, and whatever. But I don't remember. I forgot after 10
I'm
minutes.
fairly sure it was Huang Tan Chang.
Yeah,
Something like that.
sounds good. That
Okay,
sounds
but-
very good. So against Alexandra Goryachkina, and some ideas we thought may be good arrived at the board.
Yeah, Queen e2, I did not consider this before that. I thought that something like knight e5 feels to be the challenging move. I don't know why it wasn't played. Not sure really. Something like, I felt this should be played. Knight e5 take with the pawn, obviously. Something like knight d7, and now either f4 or maybe even some queen h5 ideas are possible. Maybe sometimes you can even sacrifice the pawn. Maybe knight f3.
Okay, at the moment it's not a real sacrifice because you have bishop takes h7 and queen h5 check and take on e5.
Which is also a possibility.
But the other question is, do you have a useful move? You are not just waiting, playing a3 for her to take on e5. So you need to make a useful move, and maybe you don't have one. So.
But I would go for this. I mean,
Yeah.
Queen e2 doesn't strike me as a very ambitious move, and here Goryachkina played bishop takes on g3. It makes sense to me because right now Black has doesn't need to worry about the h line. H takes on g3, Queen d6, and now she's eyeing for e6, e5. Actually, this was already played in the game. D takes,
B takes.
Queen takes on c5. Okay.
Queen. I would have expected b takes c5.
B takes, she probably did not
Like
want,
E4, yeah.
Yes, not very clear what happens here. Even though it should be perfectly fine for black, something like queen c7. Okay, but she chose to take the queen. It's also a perfectly normal move.
And we have our first mate threat, but
Probably.
by g6.
I'm fairly sure this was not the intention for white to target for the mate. Okay, it's just a normal move. I take with the tempi on e4. Of course, both players understand there is no checkmate on h7, g6, and I like this as black.
Really? I was about to say it's,
White.
Well, like is a bit too much, but I see the idea, so I would go queen h4 now.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You have some direct,
Second mate
direct
threat.
ideas.
If I have 3 mate threats, I can say bingo one time.
Okay.
So-
Okay. Something like queen h4. But I mean, in terms of the development, black should be quite happy with the position because
I agree. So if I do not have any attack, black is more than okay, maybe already better. So I will try to prove some concrete ideas.
So queen h4, your point is you want to play knight g5,
Yeah.
so probably I need to stop you doing that, and maybe I can play something like queen e7. Can I do that?
And your idea
Knight
is...
g5, yes.
And then you want to go something like f6
that
or
was
f5.
my idea.
So maybe I start with...
Can I do this?
See? Tactics.
I don't know. Does it work? Does it
Looks-
work?
look
I'm
good.
not.
So idea after queen takes e6, bishop c4
Yes, so
is
that is
winning
obvious.
the queen. So
This
knight-
probably doesn't work. Yes. Take.
Why
take.
should it?
No, I mean the knight should be falling,
Yeah.
but there's a check on c4.
Yeah.
Okay, but then there's a real question. Knight g5, f6. Very quickly judging, this seems to be all right for white. So very much all right. I mean,
Yeah.
with
Pawn
extra-
up is a pawn up.
Pawn up, yes. And h5 doesn't strike me as a very good move.
G4 is always in the air afterwards.
Something like that. Yes, g4, some possibilities. So the question is, what does black do after queen h4?
Okay, queen g7 is maybe a move you can consider.
King g7, you mean?
Yeah.
King g. Yeah, probably king g7 looks very, very solid.
So then maybe I'm already out of ideas, but do I have some maybe knight g5, knight e4?
Knight g5 and something like h6
Knight e4.
and queen e5. That's probably too aggressive, but keep queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Take, knight d6, bishop c6.
Yeah, or even rook d8.
Why did I say that I like this position with black? Because usually these positions, they will sooner or later to go to some kind of endgame. And black has this perspective to create some pawn center, and for white it's not so easy to march these pawns, and that's why I think that in terms of the strategic, this is a very good position
Yeah,
for black, even
I
though
agree,
it's very
absolutely
balanced.
agree. Yeah.
But I think that Alexandra should be perfectly happy with the position. You can see she's perfectly relaxed at the moment. She knows that there is no danger for her. Draw is an all right result for her. But yet again, maybe she's thinking, if I win today, maybe it means a title.
Yeah, maybe. So it happened rook ad1.
Yeah, rook a d1 was played in the game after g6. Yes, rook a to d1 has been played, and right now Alexandra is
queen-
pondering.
No, queen
No,
e7.
queen
It is
e7.
queen
is played.
e7.
Okay. Queen e7 is a very normal move.
Yeah.
So maybe she's just watching at her opponent and thinking,
Yeah.
what do you want of me?
Yeah, she doesn't look too excited. Yeah, she knows opening went quite okay. So
I think she should be happy
Yeah.
here. I mean, the black, this position is all right.
okay, but we have some action on board 3,
Okay.
as I can see.
But this strikes me as like a position I've seen before. We left this position something around here, queen d7, c5, like I suggested, and b takes and c5. That was not the only move. If I'm not mistaken, rook c8, here was a possibility, some rook d1, queen b5. It's very easy to mix up the exact order of the moves
Yeah.
because all of them were playable, but some of them were better than others. And just try to understand which were the most accurate. But okay, so Maria chose to play this line, queen c5. I do not recall this, to be honest.
That's what they call modern chess, more or less. Yeah, taking a pawn, development. Who cares?
Yeah, but here.
Do you think they will make a draw now?
From what I remember from similar positions is that black usually holds the balance here because she has enough counterplay because of the more active pieces, some rook c2 ideas. White is a bit struggling behind in development, and it might be possible that this game could end in a draw if Alina here would play queen b4. I wouldn't be surprised, but yet again, for Alina, it's the same question. What does she want from this tournament? I mean, if she
Yeah.
wants to confidently finish in top 14, probably a draw today is perfectly all right result. And the move has been played in, but I don't have the actual position.
I see a queen. I think she
Not
centralized it.
Not queen,
Queen D-
b4, something like
maybe
queen
queen
f4.
d4.
Queen f4, it seems to be queen f4 has been played. The queen is in front of the knight. We have still not received the actual move, but
Queen f4 makes sense. Yeah.
does it? But what about queen? What about queen b2? No, queen d4.
Queen
I
d4.
apologize. Of course, queen d4. Yes, queen d4 protecting the pawn. On b2 attacking the pawn. On f6. Not sure.
So my best guess is king g7, check, queen f8, queen d4. And-
It's not so clear that after king g7, black actually I'm sorry, white has to force a draw.
No, of course she doesn't, but...
Something like e3 might be a possibility.
So, but how else do you protect your pawn?
It is possible to play e5, no? Or maybe that's too weak move, weakening too much the pawns. But still, it's winning some tempi here. So e5, of course, white can always play queen b4 if she doesn't feel so secure.
Yeah. Okay, but queen d2 maybe works as well.
e5 has been played, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah?
Yeah,
so-
e5
Yeah,
is
e5,
played.
it's quite a logical move. e5, and right now there is a very, very big question for white. What do you want from this game? Queen b4, play for the draw. But actually, queen b4, I'm not so sure that this is exchanging the queens automatically means that this is the draw. Let's say exchange, or something like bishop b5.
Yeah.
This looks very, very all right for black. I'm not sure.
What about queen d2? I like my queen
After
d2.
e5, probably you don't want to exchange queens.
Yeah.
Something like queen d2. Queen d6 doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, the
Although
queen-
there's some knight h4. No, probably not.
Is it a threat?
I don't know. Knight h4, some check on f5.
Queen
Looks
takes
funny.
b2.
Looks funny. I mean, I want to try this out. Okay, knight
Yeah.
f5.
So king g8.
King
maybe?
g8. I think this is a draw, no? You can obviously go king h8. King g7 is the only move. Knight f5.
Okay, king g6.
King g6. Let's have another try.
Yeah.
Knight e7. Yeah, it feels like a draw to me. I don't believe in king h5 or king g5.
Yeah. Well, king g5,
You'll get the checkmate there.
No, not g5, but I wanted to go to h5.
King h5 and g4. No. I think you'll be
I
checkmated.
take. Yeah, show me. I want to see.
I don't know where. Something like. Let me see. Check.
King h5.
King h5.
What game was it where Navarra went with the king to the other side
to
of the
the-
board?
to the
Was it
G8.
wasn't against her husband, against Wojtaszek in Zurich?
I don't remember.
Not Zurich, Basel or something?
I don't remember. I remember the particular
I think
game
it's
at the
Wojtaszek.
maneuver. It caused quite some positive
Yeah,
feedback
yeah, it
in
was
the
what a
chess
great
society,
game. Yeah.
but I feel ashamed, but I don't remember against who it was. Maybe it was against Radek. I don't remember, to be honest. But here, at least immediately, I don't see anything. Not at least directly. Or am I missing something here?
Well, it feels like maybe all spectators now see a mate in 2 and
Well, maybe we don't. Okay, we don't use any engines here
Yeah.
on the live studio, so in case you see something better than us with the help of the engines, okay,
Yeah.
good for you. I mean, but still, it's not so obvious. And Queen D2 has been, although okay, Queen D6, like I said, feels a bit awkward. And Queen D2 is the
Safe
safe move.
choice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
safe choice, of course. Yes.
So now maybe knight c6, some development, or
Where to put the knight? Maybe the knight should go to D7 because I want to jump to C5.
okay. My idea was to go to b3 somehow, but
Knight
okay.
F5 or Knight D4, yeah. Okay, but Knight D7 looks,
Yeah, looks good. Looks good. I agree.
looks flexible. So something like, I would imagine E3 should be played.
G3 would be way too
G3
slow.
is too slow, feels like too slow. So I would imagine exchanging so that there is no castling for white, King F1, and something like,
I don't like this position for white, I have to admit.
I
Knight c5, why not knight c5?
have a feeling that black is perfectly fine here, even without a pawn, but
Yeah, but you are playing with one rook more than white at the moment.
okay, but then I don't know, to be honest, where the theory ended. Maybe it still hasn't ended, and and white's been playing the main, but maybe queen takes on c4 was a too bold move.
Yeah, maybe.
Not sure, really. I mean, it's such a tasty pawn, but maybe the safest approach here would be for white to play e3, exchange the bishops, but still, then black has no problems. So queen c5, maybe it's playing for the win. I imagine for white.
Yeah.
I mean, try to show me what do you have for this pawn, and it's not very obvious what happens here. Maybe queen h5 was not so great. Don't know.
We will see. We'll
We'll
what happens.
see, certainly. I mean, this is a very interesting game, and I'm very happy to see that so far both players have been fighting, and at least I've been given this impression there will be no quick draw.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So board 4. This is, I said to you offline, this should be my game against Gupta. c4, yeah, bishop e3, bishop d7. And after a5, I think I played queen c8.
Okay, rook c8 was played in the game. So where's the difference between queen c8 and rook c8?
Okay, queen c8 provoked king h2.
Why not g4?
Well,
Probably
during the
you'll
game,
sacrifice.
I always thought I would sacrifice.
Yeah, it feels like that. Bishop takes.
I'm not even sure how, but yeah, okay, let's say this way.
Oh, is it possible to take with the knight? No, I think it makes more sense to sacrifice
maybe.
with the bishop. Yeah, bishop takes, knight takes. So the black, even if he is not checkmating white directly, there's a very simple idea. Let me draw with you with the yellow color this time.
Very nice.
So I want to take on e3. Let's say white takes on e3, and I have this eternal square for my bishop to control this very nice diagonal on h to some possible checkmaking ideas. Of course, I have to keep queens on the board. So that is the general idea, of course. But after knight g4, still it is white to move, and it's not so simple. Bishop h3 doesn't work, right? Because I win some material. It feels like that. It feels like that, really. Yeah. So bishop h3 doesn't work, and let's say on bishop d4. Some knight f4. Okay, this looks really dangerous. Okay, so I can understand perfectly queen c8 move. And how did the game proceed?
I tried to remember. I think it was king h2. I think I played f5 and knight a4.
Knight a4.
Yeah, but I think there's a little detail I'm missing. But okay, knight a4 and I played b5.
To be honest, I don't understand.
b5 was a clever move, I think.
Okay, I understand b5, but I don't understand knight a4 because I thought that some action is going on the king side, and white should be doing something there. But okay, at least by the intuition, that wouldn't be my first move to consider. So okay. Okay, and some action unfolded, and you won a great game, as I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very proud of this, as you may can hear.
Okay, but
because if I once play a good game, I have to say it more often, so people think I play more than one good game a lifetime. So.
Okay, but now rook c8 was played.
Yeah, okay, logical move as well, I think. And I remember from my analysis of this game that for white it's important to push g4, f4 at just the right point.
So what I'm missing here, is it impossible to take the pawn on a5 here?
Okay, I guess knight takes c4.
Ah, okay, yeah, of course. Simply knight takes on c5, I did miss that. Okay, rook c8, just in case protecting the pawn, activating the rook.
Right.
Although queen c8 looked very interesting. Okay.
So I guess now Elisabeth has to go g4.
Yeah, feels like that.
g4, I think. Knight f6
Can I be creative? Can I do this?
Of course. Yeah, that's maybe an option.
So queen h4, I want to sacrifice huge amounts of material on g4, so probably white has to accept.
Well, I'm not entirely sure.
No?
Queen e1, maybe.
Queen e1.
You
There's
have
some knight
knight
d3 ideas.
That's yeah, sure.
Okay. So probably you have to take, and bishop takes on h3. Probably it's not enough, but this would be a perfect position for some accelerated time control game.
That's true.
I'm not sure I even see a threat from black at the moment. Maybe knight g4 and take on g2. I'll yet again draw it. This time we use a different color.
Yeah, red is
Red-
right
red
color
is good.
for this. Yeah.
Yes, and then do something on h2.
Yeah.
It's very difficult immediately to tell is this good for black or not, but in an actual game, that's the problem.
That's a problem, yeah. Engine always will tell you at some point, yeah, here G4, F4 and play it. And you have to calculate every move if some sacrifices are going down. So, but after, again, now F4 directly. If
You
I
mean-
play, G4,
Yeah,
Queen
G4.
H4, and then F4.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say, that's the problem. Okay, the engine might say this is immediately playable. For example, if Elizabeth
Yeah.
would know this, she would play immediately. But for humans, we always have to deal with this thing that we have to understand what's real and what's
Yeah.
not. Is this possible for white or not? Is this possible for black or not? And it takes some time. For engines, it's immediate. Okay, they say plus 1.5 for white, and this is completely unplayable. For humans, it's not so simple.
Yeah, that's true. But my point is that there's no other way to play. I think white has no other ideas but to push pawns on the king side.
F4, yet again, this screens for
No,
some...
my idea was G4,
you
Queen
mean
H4.
G4, F4.
Yeah.
Yes, but do you agree? But
Yeah,
now
complete, absolutely.
Knight F6 looks a bit
No, we
strange.
don't. We don't want to do this. We
Yes,
don't want
Knight
to
F6,
do
this
But
looks
even
strange.
this, you threat to take on G4 next move.
Yeah, but I'll even play F3. No,
Yeah, maybe. You
I won't completely block your pieces, even though H5 some hostilities may occur there. So
No, I agree. Okay, yeah. So Queen H4.
but this is a big decision.
Yeah.
This is a big decision for white to do. I mean, but is it possible now to play like Gupta did against you? Okay, you had the Queen C8, King H2 included. Can I do now something
Maybe
like Knight
Knight
F4?
F4. Yeah, yeah.
Even though I don't understand such a move, but
Okay, let's say I go F5.
and Knight B6.
I will sacrifice exchange. It's
Of
no
course,
problem. Take
of
on
course.
E4.
Can I sacrifice something as white?
You are always allowed to, but how? How
don't
can
know.
you? Which major piece now may be sacrificed? Queen takes H5 is maybe not what you want to sacrifice. How? I don't see.
That's a very good question. And this, at least visually, looks good for black.
Yeah, it's
Some
nice
maybe
attacking.
G4 inclusion, but yet again, go figure some Queen 8. No, Queen H4 probably not. Knight F6, and I take this feels like a very, very good compensation. I can even some sacrifice the
Yeah.
pawn on F3. No, this should be all right for black. So right now, the game is still at this moment. Both players are pondering what to do after Rook C8. Elizabeth Petz with white is thinking about her options. She perfectly understands what will be going on after G4, and that is the thing. She doesn't have the engine on her side. She doesn't know is G4 so great or not. If she would know G4, Knight F6, she would automatically play G4, but go figure.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at the time. I
Yeah,
mean,
I wanted to say, I'm saying this very often, I do not want to overstretch this point, but time is of essence in this case, because this is complicated now, but it will be much more complicated later on. And to have only 30 minutes left for 23 moves, I think in this kind of position, you already can say it's time trouble. And yeah, we saw Elina being in time trouble in basically every game against Nana Zagnidze. It was the reason why she lost. So yeah, and that's maybe just the right position to play against someone who likes to spend a lot of time at the first moves.
then probably this wasn't really the greatest choice by her with black. I mean, if you have to play such a sharp opening and you spend so much time on move 17, you're already half an hour left. I mean, this screams as a time trouble,
Yeah,
really.
that will be a time trouble for sure.
Usually in such a position, if I would be playing as black, I would try to simplify the position and try to find some easy to make moves, but this is Benoni. I mean, you don't
that's
play like
impossible.
that. It's
That's
impossible.
Yeah, that's the short time controls are not good in this cases.
Okay,
for
maybe
this position.
we'll probably shortly make a break, but before we do that, we'll very quickly observe the other remaining leaderboards, and after the break, of course, we'll have a look at the other boards because there's some more action going on.
They deserve to be covered as well.
Probably they deserve, yeah. Okay, and Anna Muzachuk right now, she's trying to do something with black. We left this position here, F5. Okay.
Straight away.
Straight away. Maybe it's even more challenging because F6 I think was perfectly playable, but she probably wants more
Yep.
from this position.
A5.
A6.
Why couldn't she take in between on B7?
I don't know, but I don't like this move. A4, A5. I mean. You mean here take on B7? Yes. Probably, but I think she assumes that black. It's not dangerous for her to expect B7, B6 from black because she'll always have this a spot on B5 for her knight, which was also played in the game. And that is always the eternal problem in professional chess because very good players often don't miss moves. They tend to wrongly evaluate. For example, here are two players. Let's say white thinks, okay, this is a very good position for me because I have two bishops. I have such a very good spot on B5. I have some chances to do something. Black on the same at the same time thinks, I have the center. I have very good development. This should be very good for me. And at some time, usually somebody realizes, oh my God, I've made a mistake. But this was not a mistake of calculation. This was a mistake of simply evaluation.
Yeah,
so
that's one of the most important things. People always make tactic exercises where it says like mate in 3, mate in 4, or winning a piece. But it's more important to exercise evaluation of lines. So calculate, but the most important is the correct evaluation at the end of the line. Because everyone can calculate very far, but they cannot imagine how is the position and how is the evaluation. So I agree with you, that's most important to know how to evaluate the position. And whoever does this best is the better chess player, more or less.
So what do you think about this position? What's your initial feeling?
Well, black is better.
It feels like that. Maybe I'm wrong.
It feels like a mate somewhere there.
I'm not sure about the mate. I mean, maybe there's some possibilities for white to bring out the bishop, but then black is not facing any problems. Now, this does feel better for black.
Yeah. So white has his ideas, but
well, it's been played knight b5, queen e5 at the moment, and Anita Gara right now is thinking, so while she's pondering about her next move, maybe we'll very quickly jump to the 6th board, Irina Bulmaga with white against Katrina Lakhno, and then we'll make a short break.
right, okay.
So what was here, we left this game something around
After
here.
A3.
After A3, yes. King b1
And D5 right away.
It actually made sense because black needs to do something very quickly, otherwise white will simply have bishop e3, g5, h5, and unless you have thought of a good plan, then it might be too late, and that's why she played immediately.
And this
d5.
is the reason why you should have knowledge about every opening, at least basic knowledge. But because now, from a Sicilian, we are more on a French structure, and you should know what to do then. If you're a Sicilian player, you need this knowledge as well. And now you could not guess what opening it is if we would start right here. So
Queen e3 doesn't strike me as a very good move here.
maybe
It
she
looks
missed
strange.
bishop c5.
Yes, but where's the problem? Then maybe I could just take on e7 and play a positional move f4 with rook h3. Some potential ideas, try to connect the rook. That feels like a quite standard French defense position. Maybe there's f6. She didn't like something about f6. So let's say take and some problems with the f4 pawn.
Yeah, maybe, but you do not have to take.
Yeah, but then the pawn on e5 maybe will be very, very difficult to say. Maybe something like bishop d3.
Bishop d3. But okay, then maybe you can take and exchange queens, yeah? With queen c5.
Something like that. And the pawn might be weak, let's say, exchange and rook takes.
No, that's
This is
nothing
a
we
weak
want
pawn.
to have, yeah.
Yeah. Although,
Okay, it's still going on rook f1, and yeah, but okay.
but I don't like, at least visually, I don't like this move, queen e3. Not sure.
I agree.
It felt like white should be playing something more active. Bishop d3 maybe. That would be actually interesting. Try to sacrifice the pawn. Is it possible now to play bishop d3?
Well, it's not sacrifice.
Okay, it's not a sacrifice, of course, because takes and this of course doesn't work. Yes, because there's f4. But even without f4, there would be some significant. No, there's no check. Oh, there's no. Okay, I missed that. I thought the king is on c1. Okay, my bad. Okay, this is not even sacrifice. Yes. Of course, yes. Bishop d3 was playable. Queen e3 doesn't strike me as a logical move, but well, who knows? I mean.
Okay, bishop c5. I'm not sure about this move as well. But okay, e5 is always weak. That's the main point.
So bishop c5 was played.
So bishop d8, bishop takes e3, and e5 is basically gone. Yeah, there's no way to protect it in a good way.
So I assume she wants to play queen c7, right? No, I mean now I'll retreat with the queen.
Yeah,
something like queen. No, I didn't like this queen e2 move in the first place. Something like this and queen c7. Now there's double threat. Take on e5 and take on a3.
Yeah, that. Whoa. You don't want to have this.
So.
And bishop on g5 now looks very stupid.
It shouldn't be there. I mean, probably here, I would start with bishop takes on e7. I don't know. Or bishop d3. I mean, either take here. Maybe here would be possible to play something like g5. I think this is
G5 is a nice move.
It's a nice move. I mean, f6 now looks a bit strange.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, and something like queen c5, I can always...
Then you get in this typical slightly better endgames, yeah?
Yeah, exchange the queens, and now I'll take another call. I'll take the green. Okay. I'll exchange the queens, assuming black does exchange the queens and put the knight on d4. It feels a bit more comfortable for white, although not a big danger for black. So some sort of better endgame.
Okay, I already said it yesterday. I like this new trend in chess, not so new, but that you can see the players via camera. And well, Irina is deep into thoughts, and Katarina, well, she seems to be very relaxed. So I think she understands that she already is slightly better with black now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and while they're thinking maybe we can make a short break of several minutes, we'll be back with you shortly. I hope you're enjoying this broadcast on round 10. The deciding games are still being played, so at the moment it's still not clear who will be European Women's Chess Champion of 2017.
It will be very exciting, that's for sure.
For sure. Okay.
See you in a minute.
So we are back live from Riga, following European Women's Chess Championship. Round 10, and before we resume our live games, we would like to introduce you to a very, very special guest, the main person who is responsible for organizing this tournament here in Riga. It's the president of the Latvian Chess Federation, the president of the Baltic chess region, Aris Ozoliņš. We'll be conducting this interview in the Latvian language about, 10 or 15 minutes, so in case you do not understand the Latvian language, we hope that you won't be disappearing. We'll be returning to you shortly in English language, but in the meantime, we'll be speaking a little Latvian. Sveicināts, Āri! Paldies, ka tu mums pievienojies šeit tiešraidē. Tātad es saprotu, ka tu vēlējies arī kaut ko mazliet pastāstīt no savas puses, kā radās ideja par šo turnīru, kāds bija ieguldītais darbs, lai viņu norganizētu, vispār kaut kādu organizatorisku jautājumu.
Jā, labdien visiem. Skaidrs, ka šis ir pirmais pasākums Latvijā, ko mēs šādā līmenī organizējam. Ideja radās jau diezgan sen. Mēs 2006. gadā jau pieteicāmies un pretendējām uz pasaules šaha olimpiādi. Es tā laikā arī biju šaha federācijas prezidents. Un diemžēl mēs neuzvarējām, bija 5 pretendenti, uzvarēja Hante Marsīska, 10. gadā notika olimpiāda. Bet pēc tam bija ideja, kad mums nepieciešams kāds lielāks pasākums, Eiropas ir pasaules mēroga. Kontaktējamies ar Eiropas šaha savienību, personīgi ar prezidentu Zurabu Azmaiparashvili. Radās doma, ka mēs varētu rīkot 2 pasākumus, tas ir sieviešu čempionāts fināls klasiskā šahā un arī nākošā gadā Eiropas jauniešu čempionāts no 8 līdz 18 gadu klasiskais šahs, kur arī mēs šīs tiesības izcīnījām un no 18. gadā, no 19. līdz 30. augustam plānojās šis jauniešu čempionāts, kur piedalīsies noteikti vairāk kā 1000 spēlētāji. Par šo čempionātu ir tā, ka mēs ieguvām šīs tiesības, izveidojam labu komandu. Egons Lavendelis ir šī turnīra direktors un arī kā galvenais organizators. Un mēs, manuprāt, veiksmīgi sadarbojamies un Egons ļoti profesionāli. Mēs esam nonākuši līdz priekšpēdējai kārtai. Un šķiet, ka ir gan spēlētāji, gan arī visi pārstāvi ir apmierināti ar šo pasākumu. Daudz saka atzinības vārdus, un kas saka, ka šis ir labākais Eiropas čempionāts, kāds līdz šim ir noticis. Vienlaicīgi arī šeit notiek prezidenta padomes sēde 2 dienas. Ir ieradušies visi valdes locekļi šeit un apspriežam daudz jautājumus. Arī mēs izsakām savus priekšlikumus par šāku attīstību Eiropā. Tā kā skaidrs, ka galvenais bija, lai arī varētu nodrošināt finansējumu šim pasākumam. Mums ir galvenie atbalstītāji ir Latvijas valsts, tas ir Izglītības zinātnes ministrija, kur līdzfinansē šo pasākumu. Tāpat arī Rīgas dome. Ir mūsu privāti sponsori, kā Ilmārs Krūms ar savu kompāniju Rietumbanka. Tā mēs, principā, domājam, ka šis pasākums mēs izvēlējamies taisīt nevis kā biznesa projektu, bet tieši kā prestižu pasākumu, kur mēs varbūt, kad nauda šeit neviens nenopelnīs, bet ir liela tēriņa, bet tomēr arī gribās tā, lai visiem paliek labs iespējas gan par Latviju, gan par šo pasākumu turnīru. Un šķiet, ka mums uz šobrīd tas izdodās. Liels paldies arī, ka mēs šeit esam šai studijai. Šeit ir poļu kompānija European Chess TV, kur nodrošina mums šīs video tiešraides, un Arturam, kurš komentē jau 2 nedēļu garumā, šeit mainās arī ir daudz citu komentētāju. Tā kā es domāju, ka apstākļu labu mēs cenšamies strādāt kā viena komanda un lai viss būtu apmierināti. Varbūt par rezultātiem ir tā, ka varētu mazliet vēlēties, lai Latvijas šahisti spēlētu labāk, bet, ja paskatāmies uz mūsu meitiņu reitingiem, tad viņas apmēram spēlē arī tādā līmenī, kāds ir reitings. Tā kā īsumā tas ir tā, kā mēs esam nonākuši līdz šai.
Varbūt kaut ko var mazliet pastāstīt sīkāk par nākamā gadā plānoto Eiropas jauniešu čempionātu?
Eiropas jauniešu čempionāts notiks no 19. kā es teicu, līdz 30. augustam nākošā gadā. Vieta ir izvēlēta un ir jau panākt vienošanās ar Ķīpseles izstāžu zāli, kur ir plašs telpas, kur arī ir pieredze šādu turnīru, ne šādu turnīru, bet RTO Open rīkošana bijusi jau vairākus gadus. Un arī mums bija inspekcija, pieņēma šo vietu pa labi. Skaidrs, ka tur daudz kas ir jāiegulda, tur ir jāmaina galdi, jāmaina krēsli un apgaismos un daudz citas lietas. Bet mēs domājam, ka piedalīsies tuvu 1500 spēlētājiem, jo Prāgā bija 1300, tā kā Rīga, es domāju, ka ir pietiekoši pievilcīgi priekš arī šahistiem, jo tas notiks tomēr vasarā labā laikā un skaidrs, ka no finansiāla viedokļa šis laiks mums nav pats izdevīgākais, jo pirmkārt ir Latvijas 100 gadu, otrkārt tā ir vēl sezona, bet arī viesnīcas viss ir dārgāks, bet mēs tomēr nospriedām, ka tas būtu arī daudz ērtāk visiem šahistiem jauniem, kuriem ir brīvdienas. Un arī šā turnīra direktors būs Egons Lavendelis, mums ir panākt vienošanās, tā kā arī gatavojamies šim pasākumam. Es domāju, pabeigsim šo, tad arī 2 dienas atpūtīsimies un sāksim jau aktīvi darboties.
Līdz ar to rodas jautājums nākamajā RTO Open notiks?
Nē, notiks visi pasākumi, kas ir ieplānoti, tie visi notiks. Tur ir tā, kad pirms šī turnīra augusta sākumā mums Liepājā ir Liepājas rokādi, pēc tam ir, ko Egons organizē RTO Open, pēc tam būs šis pasākums, un pēc tam mēs brauksim jau uz Batumi, kur notiks pasaules šaha olimpiādi, un domāju, ka Latvijas jau cienīgi pārstāvēs tur.
Jā, bet runājot arī mazliet par šahu, tomēr pats ārēs FIDE meistars pēc titula, un tu noteikti arī seko līdzi turnīram. Varbūt tev ir kāds favorīts, kura spēle tev līdz šim ir iespaidojusi visvairāk, un kam tu novēlētu uzvaru turnīru kopvērtējumā, vai ir kāds favorīts?
Nu, es skaidrs, ka vēroju šīs spēles. Nu, vairāk man interesē mūsu latviešu meitenes, kas spēlē, bet mūsu līderi ir Ilza Bērziņa. Viņa arī spēlē ļoti labi. Viņai pretinieci ir visi bijuši ar augstāku reitingu nekā viņa. Gandrīz visas. Un es domāju, viņa arī cienīgi šo turnīru pabeigs. Bet skaidrs, ka viņa kā reitingā ir ap 60. vietu, tad pretendēt uz kādām medaļām vai augstāk tas ir praktiski nav iespējams. Bet es domāju, ka viņa cienīgi nospēlēs. Bet no līderiem skaidrs, ka man ir vairākas favorītas, kas šeit spēlē. Ir māsas Muzičuks, kas no Ukrainas, kas ir tomēr ļoti augsts klases šahists, abas divas, un arī labi spēlē šajā turnīrā. Ir Zagnīdzenāna, kur jau ir ļoti pieredzējis grūzīņu šahists, kas arī šobrīd ir līderos, un jaunā 18-gadīgā, manuprāt, Gurjačkina Aleksandra, kur rāda lielisku sniegumu, un arī es domāju, kad viņa ir uz medaļām, es domāju, ka viņa noteikti izcīnīs, bet arī cīnās par uzvaru šajā turnīrā. Tā kā, bet, skaidrs, ka turnīrs ļoti interesants ir un ļoti spēcīgs sastāvs, tā kā es domāju, ka tas daudziem izraisa liela interesi, lai arī šeit. Tā kā mums arī, kur noteikti tekstu tiešraides arī tiešā komentēšana dzīvē jāir un vienmēr šī telpa ir pilna. Tā kā, tā.
Jā, starp citu, tiešraidē to nevar redzēt, bet mums tepat blakus ir atsevišķa telpa, kurā ik viens apmeklētājs Eiropas čempionāta laikā var droši nākt apmeklēt klātienē, varbūt ne klātienē vērot pašas spēles, bet tiek nodrošināta tiešraidē latviešu valodā, nepieciešams arī krievu valodā. Ir vietēji mēroga speciālisti, kuri labprāt komentē notiekošās partijas, un jā, tiešām atsaucība līdz šim bijusi diezgan augsta. Varbūt vēl kādi pāris vārdi?
Es novēlu visiem, lai šis nebūtu pēdējais turnīrs, lai mēs Latvijā šaks attīstītos. Mēs cenšamies arī ne tikai šos Eiropas pasākumus rīkot, es rīkoju personīgi arī zonālos turnīrus, kas notiek Baltijas zonas, kur pirmos 2 etapus esam nospēlējuši. Šodien arī šo jautājumu apspriedām Eiropas prezidenta padomes sēdē un arī saņēmām apliecinājumu, ka mūsu Eiropa piešķirs vienmēr vienu vietu uz pasaules kausa atlasei, kur uzvarēs šajos zonālos turnīros. Tā kā mums gaidāms vasarā ir arī 3. zonālais Liepājā, kas notiek, kur spēlē par 8 labākiem šahistiem no katras valsts. Tā kā mums daudz Latvijas čempionāts mums tuvojās priekšā, tā kā ir daudz pasākumu, ko mēs cenšamies un spēlēsim šahu. Tā kā paldies visiem un lai veicās.
Paldies tev, Āri. Mēs būsim apakaļ ar jums pēc neilga brīža. Kopā ar mums studijā bija Āris Ozoliņš, Latvijas šaha federācijas un Baltijas zonas prezidents, kā arī Eiropas šaha savienības auditors. Atgriezīsimies pēc pāris minūtēm. Angļodā will be back with you shortly in an English language. Please stay tuned and follow us live from Riga following the European Women's Chess Championship round 10.
James.
Hey, Dave. How are you?
Good. Great. Haven't seen you for ages.
Yeah, I've been all over the place.
Yeah, Asia?
No, too far. Latvia.
Latvia, really? What about Latvia?
Latvia? It's a great place. You should check it out.
Yeah, living the good life there?
That too, as well as running my own microchip factory, using Latvian ports to ship my products to Scandinavia, trading with Russia and, Asia too.
Wow. Wow. You wouldn't mind telling me a little bit more about that?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I begin,
Do you want to grab a coffee?
I'd like to extend a few greetings.
You see, the one thing that strikes me about Latvia is that it's not only the largest trade hub of the Baltics, but it's basically a geographical hotspot.
Yeah? What do you mean by that?
Well, look, you've got Scandinavia on one side, Russia on another, Poland, Germany on another, and Latvia right in the middle of the action. So whenever I'm aiming overseas, I've got 3 international ice-free ports to choose from, and if I need Russia, I've got a direct rail link that goes straight from Latvia to Moscow. But the best thing is, it's just a 2-hour flight away from all the Western capitals.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
So what'd you do? Move your whole company there?
Didn't need to.
Well, who's running it then?
They are.
Locals.
Of course. Initially, I was a bit skeptical too. Then I realized they've got one of the highest university enrollment rates in the world. And almost everyone I meet speaks 3 languages: Latvian, Russian, and English. So, when I was hiring, I got heaps of applications, more than I could have asked for.
Heaps of applications don't mean they have any skills.
That may be true, but you certainly need to know a thing or two about skills if you're the largest pharmaceuticals manufacturer in the Baltics, or design systems for Kenwood, Panasonic, develop technologies for NASA, or make microphones for Lady Gaga.
Sounds good.
You think that sounds good? The corporate tax rate is 15%, one of the lowest in Europe, and it takes 1 day to launch a company.
James, 1 day?
1 day.
Right. But what's the catch? And don't tell me there isn't one.
Do you enjoy nature?
Sure, why not?
Then you'll have to deal with this. Take it in. Doesn't get fresher than that. After all, it's one of the greenest countries in the world. You enjoy music, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Then you've got to go to the Opera House. It's phenomenal. And you're bound to bump into some of today's top performers, like I did last week, as it happens. And restaurants, well, don't get me started. There's everything from local organic cuisine to my beloved English pub. And Riga, the capital city, well, just take a look around you. It's a work of art.
Hey, tell me again, when did you come here?
I tell you what, 3 years ago, and I have never looked back since.
Welcome back to round 10 of European Women Chess Championship 2017. After this very nice advertisement for your beautiful country, Latvia, and we decided now to go to some of the, so to say, lower boards, 7 to 12, because all of them still have 6 points and are like board 4, 5, 6 out for the first spots still.
Yeah, so potentially some contesters for top 3 might emerge from this large group, 6 points out of 9, so anything could still happen in the tournament. Is very much open. Probably not for the first place, but potentially for a very high place. So maybe we can jump directly to the board, which is the board number
7.
7, yes.
Julia,
Osmak.
yeah, against Natalia Pogonina. And what do we have here? Some Spanish game.
Yeah, this certainly seems like Ray Lopez to me.
Yep. Okay, all normal stuff. D3 getting more and more normal nowadays. Setups with D3 and not the aggressive stuff with C3, D4. So
Yeah, these ideas are quite popular with Bishop D2, then Knight D5. I like this myself with black. I'm sorry, with white.
So Queen C8, Rook E1.
Although it's very difficult for white to aim for advantage if we're moving without the pawns, just with the pieces. I mean, usually it's not enough. But so the actual position is something like this.
C6, G3.
G3. Did I miss something? Why it was impossible to take on H4? Let's see, Bishop takes on H4, then...
That's a good question. So, what do we miss? I guess Queen H5 may be the idea.
Queen H5, and what if I play Knight G6?
Oh, that's a good point. I know. I only thought about Bishop F6.
I think that might be some positional sacrifice. Some idea with Knight F3, Bishop F... I don't know, Bishop F6, is this forced or not on G3?
And I think I know the idea. Not Queen H5, but G3.
You mean immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, yes. G3, Bishop F6, and Knight G4.
To take on F6, destroy the pawn structure in front of black kings, so maybe Bishop H6 is possible afterwards, and with some attacking chances, and maybe to not have the H pawn anymore is good, because King G2 and Rook H1 and some attack on the H file. So
I like this. This is a lovely idea. Yeah, H4, Knight H2. Not something standard, but okay. Now the real question is, why did she play G3 then? Okay, because the bishop can retreat.
Now E7 is free.
Yeah.
So after similar ideas, always Bishop E7 will follow. Okay, but I think white managed to get some pressure, yeah?
Yeah, some pressure. I like this. White is trying to play on the whole board, playing active on the king side, then on the queen side, trying to be on the dominating side. B4 makes sense to me, because Rook B8, A takes on B5, A takes on B5 favors more for white.
Yeah, okay, but to fix the pawn structure on black squares, maybe the black bishop doesn't like it too much.
That's possible, but for white, usually the control on the light squares of the c4, d5 is not enough. She enjoys somewhat more comfortable position, but queen g4...
I don't like this.
I also don't like it. Why do you exchange the queens? What was wrong with continuing the pressure on the king side?
Knight f5 comes to mind.
Knight f5 with a cheap trick, queen g4?
For example, yeah, and next mate threat, right?
Yeah, so just I'll show you very, very quickly. B takes on c3, I would have this, queen g4.
But there are many moves to make. But,
so that's the point.
on a serious note, maybe bishop h6.
You mean after
No, wait, f6, f6, knight,
Yeah.
But it works, it even works.
No, it works, you win the queen. I mean, knight f5, now black has to be a bit careful. Maybe it is possible to play g6, although this is some sort of a weakening. I don't know, but I would certainly prefer this as white and try to increase some pressure. Something like king g2 maybe was completely playable. But I don't like this decision to exchange queens. Queen g4, it seems that black is out of danger now, if there was any danger. I mean, exchange, and now something like b takes on c3 also looks completely, bishop a5 was completely playable, so that was one strange decision by white. Okay.
So let's go to next board. Anastasia Bodnaruk against Marina Nisheva, or how do you?
Nichaeva, I think it's
okay.
the correct
Yeah.
pronouncing in Russian. Okay, might be problematic sometimes for non-Russian speakers to
Yeah.
pronounce it.
Especially.
Yeah,
for me,
this looks like a Caracan.
Yep. Mainline. Bishop d3. This is all well known. There's bishop f4 instead of bishop d2 as well, but
Yeah.
okay, bishop d2 is as well very.
I liked
Often
actually in one of the first rounds how with black was playing Olga Giria, she played queen b6 and queen a6 idea against who was it? It was one player from Spain, Monica Calzetta, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I and Alexei Shirov in the studio were discussing that Olga was quite confidently winning after the opening. I even joked that she might win very quickly just to find out that she finished the game the last of the day. That was quite amazing. But it was more or less played as the same. And instead of bishop e7, if I'm not mistaken, was queen b6, queen a6. I really love this idea. But okay, bishop e7 is, of course,
developing move.
normal stuff. So queen e2.
c5, yeah. Principal moves, but yeah. Well, I tend to like these positions for white, but not with the. Why do they all exchange the
I
queens?
don't understand these last moves. I mean, because the main idea here is for white aim for the g4, g5.
Yeah,
in order,
exactly.
Yeah, in order to do that, you need to play knight e4. The problem here with knight e4, it comes directly with queen d5 threat. So here, for example, knight e4 is premature because after exchange, queen d5, because of this pawn on a2, white is forced to exchange queens, and this is actually very normal position for black. Knight goes on c6. So I think instead of doing that, white would be needing to make some kind of, unless this is of course some opening theory, which I'm yet again not aware of. I don't know, unless c4 maybe it's too aggressive, no?
Yeah,
some
a little
b5.
bit, yeah.
b5 might be some thematic move. Okay, it's not so easy, of course, to say. It's very easy for us to judge. I mean, jump into the position and say this should be played and this not. But c5 and queen c7.
Okay, I always would knight e5. I agree with, but.
But do you have to play knight e5? What about now? What if I now play knight e4? I really want to get this g4, g5 going. Something like, because now it seems you have to take on e4, right?
Yep.
I take.
Maybe bishop takes c5.
Maybe I can even play knight d7 with some tempi here, something like this. Okay, but I still play g4.
Knight takes c5.
And queen somewhere. Rook c8, some checkmating, threats.
Yep.
Okay, it seems that black is more than all right here.
Okay, you have. I wanted to play bishop c1, but
there's some bishop a3 something. I don't know. Maybe g5 is too slow. Well, maybe not so simple. I mean, this maybe was the reason why Anastasia knows it better and she played knight e5. But still, this looks a bit artificial. Maybe that was the reason she understood that the direct attack won't be going anywhere. So she decided to exchange queens. So we reached this particular endgame. That was one long maneuver.
Yeah, the bishop, quite a journey. Bishop f4, e5, b2.
Okay. b5 probably is logical to stop white at some moment to play c4 to gain control on the d5 square. So after b5, black is preparing to play knight d5, I would imagine. Sooner or later.
But who's playing for advantage here?
I think it's black. I really feel it because white's play at this moment is completely stuck. And if you look at the clock, I mean, right now, Anastasia Banaruk is down to 12 minutes. I mean, okay, the position might be not one of the most difficult. It feels like somewhat unpleasant for white. The reason is because of this d5 square. Black will play something like knight f6 to d5, then potentially a5, a4, b4, something conjure there. And the real question is, where is White's play? I mean,
Well, I have an idea, and I see this move has already been played. It's f4.
so you want to play f4
Yeah.
and f5?
Yeah, that was my idea, and then I saw that it's already been played. But
So, okay,
it's
what
only
if I play
12.
knight d5, f5,
Yeah,
and I
go
have
for it.
some funny idea with f6?
Okay, but I like my knight on g6, maybe.
I also like it with black. I'll play bishop b4, then
Okay.
e5, and it's...
Yeah, but I have a nice square for my knight on e4 as well, so I go rook e2.
Well, there we go again. It's this eternal question. We evaluate the position.
Yeah.
And we one side thinks, okay, I have this fortress for my knight on e4, some good perspectives. Another side thinks I have a passer pawn. I mean,
Yeah.
which is more important? Well, not so easy. I mean, okay, after rook e2, e5, I would prefer this as
Knight
black.
e4.
And now
Okay,
I can
let's-
even
let's
exchange
make
something
a-
on c3. No,
Yeah, do it.
maybe not immediately though. I think I can. Is there some fork on e7? Probably there is. Yes, there's a fork, so maybe I can make some king f7.
g4.
g4. And now something like knight c3. Assuming you have to...
I have to take, and
Yes.
g5 was my idea.
Wow. You surprised me there. Okay.
Yeah, I like to surprise people.
Okay, h takes, h6.
h6.
So the threat is h7, assuming I
Yeah.
have to take.
Take with the rook.
And something on f6. Okay, this looks interesting.
And by the way, knight d6 all the time.
Oh, we missed that minor little detail. Yes, of course, there's some fork. Maybe king f7 was not so great move, but g4, g5, maybe I can even take with the f pawn, but probably this position is more or less balanced. I mean, what is the actual position here
It's still after f4.
after f4?
So, okay, I agree black is playing for advantage, but I think you always have to have some kind of a plan with white. Otherwise, you just make moves and your opponent will outplay you.
So maybe after f4 I can like bishop b4, force
Yeah.
you to go somewhere here, and something like bishop, can I do that? I don't know, bishop c3.
Okay, I play f5.
So you play
I don't care.
5. And now I'll just ignore the pawn. Something like
ignore
knight.
it?
Yeah, I'll try to ignore it.
Okay, I take on e6.
Something like this.
And now I put my knight somewhere, maybe not g6, but d3. I don't want you to play knight f4, maybe.
Yeah, I can understand perfectly this because at least white has some more clear game plan. So f4, f5 is certainly much better than standing still and doing
Yeah.
nothing. So
But
probably
still,
the
black
game
is preferable.
probably somewhat by not a huge margin.
Okay, next game we have Laura Unuk, one of the stars of yesterday's round, and Bella Kotenashvili. Well, what a position! What is
Wow,
what?
there is
What
something.
happened?
Something is
What
going
happened?
on. Let's see from the beginning, because it's so difficult to jump immediately.
Yeah, we have to understand what happened. Okay, this is all well known.
Is this the main line?
I don't know,
I'm not familiar with that.
but I thought I saw it sometime, but maybe I didn't.
Huh, okay.
What about, okay, we shouldn't go in too much detail, but instead of b4, e3? This completely out of any...
So the first question is, what is wrong with knight takes on e5?
Yeah, that's true.
I cannot immediately jump to the conclusion here because I do not follow. Maybe there's some idea,
Take d5?
take
or
d5 something.
But still b...
Maybe that's some part of opening preparation. I don't know, to be honest,
Doesn't feel right, but...
because I can take. No,
Yeah, queen shouldn't. No, I
no, I
think...
shouldn't.
I'll
No.
check.
There's a
Ah.
check. Yeah, there's a check. And something like knight f3. And queen d7.
Knight c7.
Queen d7 something. I don't know.
Okay, can I be very tricky with e4? After,
Before that, I thought about
no,
that.
I mean after queen takes d5.
Yeah, I thought about that. E4, I'll take with the d pawn. No.
And then
don't think so,
knight
there's anything.
Knight f3. And queen d7 again.
Either queen d7, just show castle something. Yeah. Okay. Probably this is too much.
Yeah, it is. It is
Well,
for sure.
for some reasons unknown, unless this is some opening line, maybe it is. Okay.
Maybe it
so
is,
let's
yeah.
let's go to the current position
Yeah.
b4. Of course, a6. Why not a6?
Yeah.
Okay.
But now, okay, knight f3. Wow. Wow.
Okay, this is something.
Knight f5. What a tactical game. Unbelievable.
Well, black has to accept it.
Yeah.
I mean, after b4,
It's forced, more or less, maybe.
more or less, but I keep wondering why not play immediately bishop e7. Okay, a6 here.
e5 is saying.
I think this is some action. I cannot explain it, what's going on here, but
Knight f5. What?
I don't know.
What? Okay, this is.
This is certainly not something
It's
you can
another
immediately say,
word.
okay, this. Okay, I'll go back to my original strategy. I mean, to my. In my grandmaster's opinion, this is extremely complicated position, and I think that unclear.
Too lazy to analyze.
both sides have excellent chances, and this is such a strategic battle. And
Strategic.
so let's quickly go away from this. No, I won't say this.
We
I don't know. Knight f5.
Knight f5
What's
is
wrong
amazing.
with queen a3?
Okay.
I mean, amazing already was b5 here. Queen a3, and now
Take on c6.
and some fork on b4. No,
Yeah. Yes.
something like this.
Well, is the queen trapped now? More or less, maybe
Something
it is.
like that. Maybe I can play something like rook b1.
Or
can I?
queen.
Queen b1.
Queen b1. Maybe.
Queen b1.
Maybe. But then a4 square is free.
And then-
That's maybe something I don't like about it.
This looks quite dangerous actually for black, because the king is so weakened on the king side. So after knight f5, but what is the choice for
You-
black?
Okay, queen e.
Queen e6 is also a possibility, but
Still queen b1 maybe.
yeah, queen b1 with the idea of bishop b4 check.
Yeah. Okay, this is the most amazing game of today so far.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, no matter how the game will finish, I would love to invite the winner of this duel.
Or
and
both
or
of them,
both
like-
of the players. Just
Yeah.
please explain to us
Yeah,
what's
what
going
are you
on
doing?
here.
What are you
What are you
doing
doing here? I mean, to be honest, I cannot immediately jump to some conclusions, unless, of course, this is a known theoretical line, and at the move 16 or 17, everything's been analyzed.
Okay, but 24 minutes against 22.
Probably, yes, it
They
means.
are on their own. And queen e6 happened in the game.
So queen e6 actually makes more sense than queen a3, because after queen a3 at least I can understand that there's some dangerous attack going on, but after queen e6, queen b1,
She played queen b1.
I don't know, no. Yeah, queen b1 was already played in the game. It's the most logical move, followed by the
Yeah.
bishop b4 threat. But now the question is what happens after a takes on b5 and the knight is hanging on. Oh, this,
Yeah, I
this
take
is
back with
such a
the c
mess.
pawn. A
This
takes
is-
b5, c takes b5.
Yeah, c takes on b5, rook takes on a3.
And white is good. White is enjoying the position. Yeah?
Feels like that. So Laura Unik definitely is continuing playing some entertaining chess. I mean, yesterday's game and now today she's really trying to conjure some magic of chess here in Riga. I mean, wow. I like this, really. I mean, and very often this is a great strategy against nominally stronger players, try to confuse them in a tactical struggle, and well, we'll be returning to this game for sure. I like this.
So we want to go down until board 12, so now we are at board 10.
Yeah, so board 10 is Alisa Galyamova versus Olga Zimina.
Okay, what do we have here? We have, d4, c5. d5, g6. Okay, this has to be some special preparation to avoid some of the lines white is normally playing. And h4, and I guess black is out of preparation.
h4 actually makes sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense, but I cannot imagine someone to prepare it with black.
It's very difficult probably to prepare it unless players already had such games in the database. G6 probably is playable here. I know E5 probably is being more played at this moment. Okay, maybe I don't know it.
Yeah, E5, this, how do you call Old Benoni stuff?
I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea how it's called.
Anyway.
So a G6, E4, some Benoni structure, and
H4. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it immediately. Yeah. And the idea is that if black plays H5, then the idea is already justified for white, because this inclusion of H4, H5 usually gives white this nice spot of the G5 for the knight or the bishop. And so black allows to play H5, and now
E5 is...
Okay, this is something. I mean, E5, that surprised me.
Even take on G6 is possible. But I don't know. I don't like this kind of...
I don't like this as black, because if I would be playing as black this position, of course, this is my humble opinion, what do I know about this particular opening, but then I would probably go for the main line, E5, D6, and P7, and try to exchange it on G5, which is the main motive. Yeah. Now it feels a bit awkward, doesn't it? I mean, now to play E5 and then try to exchange that bishop, because if black is aiming for some kind of King's Indian structure, then that white is already ahead because of this early push of the H4, H4, H5. For white, it's quite easy to play on that knight C3, knight F3, knight D2, knight C4 ideas. But now comes the exchange. E6, that was a bit unexpected.
I don't understand why to take there. Normally, you need concrete reason to take on E6 in this case, but I don't see it.
Well, at least both players are in a creative mood today.
Yeah, right. That's good.
That's good. That's good for us. We like such games.
6, bishop F4, and suddenly I start to understand black, but.
Yeah, I mean, okay, black's play is perfectly understandable after white took on E6, but black is so perfectly fine here.
Yeah.
At least after the opening.
Why do we have to take with a pawn? I don't understand. Why bishop takes F5 is not on the menu?
Probably it was too simple. I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, pawn islands.
A knight B4 idea, or take on F4, some D6, or maybe immediately play D6, D5. I mean, it's so logical.
Okay, I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
But still.
Whatever the reason.
Bishop G5. Looking at A2 a bit. F4. And now suddenly I like white again.
Do you? I think black is quite alright here, no?
Yeah, really? You see. Bishop B5. And I like queen E3 move.
Yeah, I think the idea is to sacrifice the exchange on D4.
That's why I like it.
Yeah. So queen E3 was played in the game.
And we will see a lot of time trouble. That's my feeling.
Yeah, so it's 18th move. Both players about 20 minutes left each. Rook takes on D4 is a positional threat. Maybe I'll draw it to you. What is...
What's your favorite color now?
I'll take blue.
Blue.
So rook takes on D4, assuming white wants to sacrifice. I want to take with the queen, create some problems with the A7, and then the bishop could jump from G5 to H4 to F2. making some really unpleasant ideas with the king side and where the black king is positioned. So I don't know. It seems that, of course, both players are in artistic mood, but I have this feeling this evaluation is changing all the time.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe we'll see some more changes. And we heard that board 1, there are some decisive things about to happen.
So suddenly we'll go back to the board 1. What's going on here?
So first we try to count pawns, yeah? And it's much easier to count black than white pawns because there are not so many left.
I calculate that white is extra 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
It feels like that.
German mathematics goes the same way.
That's what mathematics work the same. I mean, okay, but what happened here? I mean, something has gone wrong for black. Okay, the opening already was not a huge success in my opinion. So we both agree that this position probably is more favorable. But wait, we left this position here after rook b8.
Rook b8. We had b6 and b5
Yeah,
on
we
our
talked
list.
about that. So rook b8 feels a bit slow.
d4.
Yes, but that is strange. I mean, if you want to play b5, then you should do it immediately. Okay. What do we know? So rook b8, d4.
There's the first pawn.
So some kind of a Catalan ideas to sacrifice the pawn on c5, some even Grunfeld ideas, and then regain it back. But white has this powerful dark square bishop.
Yeah, yeah. And there goes the second pawn.
No. Something is completely gone wrong for Monica here. I don't know what she missed here. Maybe she evaluated the position.
Maybe rook b8 already. Or here, I think this is a pawn.
I don't
b5.
think it was so bad, but here, was it necessary to give the 2 pawns away? Certainly not. So what's wrong with...
I think problem with take is bishop f4.
I think rook b8, you might be right, actually, rook b8 was a mistake, because after d4 there's some nasty idea of bishop f4.
Yeah.
So after b5, queen c2, suddenly it appears that c takes on d4, some problems with bishop f4.
Yeah, some huge problems.
So what to do? Because rook b6 is bishop c7.
Yes.
You don't want to put the rook on b7 because knight d4. Wow.
That's...
So she
ugly,
was forced basically to sacrifice the pawn, but now, okay,
just a pawn down.
Okay, just a pawn down. Still not a big tragedy, but
well,
but here
open position against bishop pair and a pawn down. That's not.
I think this was some kind of a miscalculation. I don't know. e6, e5. I do not understand this. This probably was not necessary. Maybe even b5, b4. But then again, what to do with black? I mean, I would probably want to immediately create some pressure, develop my remaining pieces. Maybe something like queen e7, I don't know.
Maybe.
To put the other rook to c8.
Maybe bishop a3 even.
Bishop a3. Yeah, this looks unpleasant, but still it feels there's some battle, there's something. Oh, wait, it's not possible because of b4 and knight d5.
Ah, okay, so bishop e3, but then knight e5 as well, maybe.
I'm sorry? Here.
No, instead of bishop a3.
Okay.
So bishop e3, knight e5 there as well.
Okay, yeah. And bishop f4 is the same idea. Yet again, I want to play knight d5, exchange this bishop. So after queen e7, at least there's some play for black. Okay, she is worse, but at least I do not see anything immediate.
Yeah, maybe c6.
c6 and something like rook f to c8. Can I do
Knight
this?
d4.
Knight d4.
Maybe.
Exchange.
King takes.
And something like e5. Can I do this?
You can.
Well, I mean, we can agree. This would be certainly much better what happened in the game.
Okay,
I don't know.
But now then she lost complete control over the game, yeah? Sacrificing a second pawn.
I'm not sure what she missed there. It cannot be she missed queen d6 or whatever.
No, it was earlier. It was way earlier when she missed something.
I think the problem was she probably wrongly evaluated the position. But I mean, that's strange. I mean, white is up healthy 2 pawns and such a powerful dark square bishop, and eventually it comes into the game. Bishop b2.
Yeah.
This looks like a technically winning position to me.
Yeah, this is completely winning.
So something like e3 might be the safe approach unless there's something more direct. Maybe I can very quickly push my c pawn, but maybe I can just play something very, very peaceful. I don't know, is this required or not? So let's say something e3, rook takes on c5, and I could play something like rook c1. I even don't care about a2 pawn because...
You want to mate me, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to play for checkmate. So that would be the idea. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but...
Yeah, but the idea is clear.
So Nana Dzagnidzhe right now is a huge favorite to win the tournament. I mean, if she wins today...
That would be a big win. That would be a very big one.
Yes, and she's been so extremely solid with black so far in the tournament. So basically the only game when she was in some sort of trouble was her game against Olga Zimina with black, where she did manage to hold a slightly worse rook endgame with basically very little effort. So.
Yeah, so maybe we should look what her closest contender does at the moment. If she can keep the pace with black, which is way more difficult than with white.
Yeah, you mean Alexandra Goryachkina.
Right.
Of course, the game is still going on, and I'm quite confident that she is also following what Nana Dzagnidzhe is doing. And if Nana Dzagnidzhe wins today, then Alexandra Goryachkina, if she is ambitious to gain something more than the place in the top 3 and the place in the World Cup, she wants to do something more today.
Yeah.
And the position is quite alright for her. I mean, why not try to do something more here?
So we stopped.
So we left this position
somewhere earlier, but
something around here of Queen e7, and I like this position for black. Even though it's probably equal, yes, it does lead to some kind of equal endgame.
Okay, but here I hope for the sake of the tournament that maybe we will have a black win, and 2 players with out of 10 go into the last round. That would be very exciting.
Yeah, that would be really very exciting. Otherwise, Nana Dzagnidzhe is leading the tournament with half a point, probably with better tie breaks. And assuming she opts for a draw in the last round, it would already mean that she is taking the title. So, of course, for the drama, we would need more than one leader. But
okay, but she will face a strong opponent with black tomorrow as well. And if this opponent is in fighting spirit with white, everything can happen. So, winning today for Nana is huge, but still nothing to celebrate. No reason to put the bottle of champagne out of the fridge. Still 1 round more to go.
Yeah. But I already don't like what white was doing right now here. This moment, after knight c5, position seems to be quite equal to me. I would play with white, queen e3, followed by something g5, g3, knight d4, somehow activate my pieces, c4, b3, something. But I have a feeling that this move, queen a8, is the first move in the wrong direction, because you put the queen out of play. So queen a8, king g7, now suddenly white faces some kind of small problem. How do I get my queen back into play? So I'm forced to make an awkward-looking b4, which weakens my queenside pawn structure, and after knight d3 I get my queen back, but after queen d6, look at that knight on d3.
Yeah, it's very powerful. It's very powerful.
So
and queen and knight can do stuff together, yeah? They are quite dangerous sometimes.
So something like knight d4, I would imagine, would be needed to play here.
Well, she played g5, if I see it correctly. Okay. She decided to go for g5, so your other suggestion in a similar position? To fix the pawn structure.
And then
on the
she probably wants to play knight d4.
Yeah.
Well, g5 is understandable.
My best guess would be that e5 maybe is coming.
e5 looks extremely logical. But although after e5 I might play...
It's not protected by a pawn anymore.
Yeah, I can play g3.
Yeah, and maybe if black really badly wants to win, h6. Or am I mate? Maybe I'm mate.
Where are you mating?
Take on h6.
Queen h4 and knight g5.
Yeah. Okay, this requires some very correct calculation, but maybe queen f6.
Yeah, this might be a bit unpleasant. I agree. Queen f6 and...
Game finished? Board 3 is a draw. Oh.
Board 3 is a draw. Okay, so very quickly before we finish with our analysis of that particular game, well, there went our prediction that this might be a huge battle, and this game ended in a draw. Knight c6. I don't.
Yeah, we had knight
like
d7. Yeah.
I like knight d7 more, but okay. And after, whoa, I like this.
Yeah, but so it's only a draw.
Yeah, but okay, bishop e2. So the idea is after king e2, some action is going on. Queen b2, a knight, assuming it's correct, I don't know, a knight d4 something. I mean,
Yeah, that looks winning.
looks winning. So after,
And it is, because queen is gone. Yeah.
yeah, that's true. The rook is unprotected on a1. So after bishop takes on e2, knight takes on e5.
Wow, that's crazy, but maybe just a draw once again.
Well, it seems forced because simple elimination method. I mean, black should do something. If she doesn't take with the pawn, she cannot take with the knight. Queen is hanging, and there's no checkmate. At least I don't see it immediate. She cannot take on b2 because I'll take knight c6, and with such an exposed king, doesn't strike me that black is doing anything there. So basically, she has to take with the pawn.
Yep.
Queen g5 check. And now I'm not so sure if this is such a forced draw or not.
Where else to go?
Probably the problem is that black cannot continue playing this position because in the most inappropriate moment, white might just to take on e2 that piece, and she'll be enjoying some material advantage. I meant something like king d7.
Yeah, okay, but then I can take on e2 with the queen, even queen d2
I can even
check.
take on c6 and then take on e2, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that. Maybe even this, and this.
Yeah, but why not queen d2 check?
Yeah,
and take
probably.
on-
Yeah,
then you can castle and
you're absolutely right. Yes,
white is
queen
maybe
d2.
even winning. Yeah.
Yeah. So queen g5, king f8, queen h6. Black cannot escape the perpetual because king e8 is met by bishop takes on c6. So bishop g2. It seems that black already had to go for it. Otherwise, white would just make a short castle followed by knight h4. So bishop takes on e2 is an amazing amazing way to force the draw.
Yeah, right.
So knight e5, f takes, queen g5. That's a very spectacular draw, but I'm not so sure that both players will be so happy about it because for Maria it means that top 3, well, maybe she can reach it if she wins tomorrow.
Yeah.
Certainly no chances for the first place anymore.
Yes.
So
Anyone who wants to have chances for first place at least need 7.5 after this round. So
I'm
that
just left
won't happen.
curious, was knight c6 the best move here? I really liked knight d7 more, but probably the position is balanced anyway. I mean, if white feels in any danger, she can always exchange the queen and queen b4, so it should be some sort of equality. But like I said, I mean, this variation is has a very solid reputation, but what I like most is that even from such a solid and supposedly dry variations, you can get some kind of hostilities which happen in the game, and such a beautiful looking bishop takes on e2. I really like this stuff. I mean,
Yeah, that's very nice. So, yeah, okay. Let's have a look back to board 2 maybe. So there we stopped, and was the position g5, e5.
so g5 was played, and Alexander Goryachkin is still trying to evaluate the position. It's probably equal. Maybe I jumped to my conclusion saying that queen a8 was a step in the wrong direction. At least that knight on d3 gave me such an impression that it's so well positioned there. But I think that black only has two reasonable options here. Either h6 or e5 something.
Yeah.
No?
Well, I like the position we reached. So let's say e5. You said g3.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is e5 actually necessary? Can I go immediate h6? No.
Yeah, sure.
h6. But then again, I could go queen h4. Okay. Let's
Okay,
say.
we can. Well, what about check and queen d4 check? No, take. It's right. King takes queen h4 check, king g7, and queen d4 check.
But okay. Yes, I see.
And here, maybe I even like white chances.
Do you? Because the black king is extremely active, isn't it? He'll be the first coming to the centers. I don't
Yeah,
think the
but-
pawn is falling on the queen side.
Okay, I play b5.
I think I can even sacrifice the pawn. Just an idea, something like this.
So
Here,
check.
here,
Yeah.
something like king c5, just to play for domination.
Okay.
The king is so far away. The white king is so far away on g1. I can knight c1, knight e2. The pawn will fall.
What about knight c8?
Maybe I can try to attack those pawns.
a4.
I'll give you a check. Should be favorable.
This is enough. But still, this endgame I'm not so sure about. I have to be honest. Maybe instead of b5, let's say a4. Maybe b5 was stupid.
Well, I can always play something like knight b2.
a5.
Take, a6 followed by knight c4. There's no way
Yeah,
black
I
is
agree.
worse.
Yeah.
I would even prefer black.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this was actually required. So knight g5 is more interesting and more to the spirit of the position. I mean, queen h7 is still a bit annoying threat, even though probably objectively speaking there's nothing. But go figure. I mean, maybe something like queen f4. Can I do that?
I'm not sure.
So let's say I give you a check. It's just a
Yeah.
few checks, right?
Check again. Okay, and now
And now what?
now what? That's a big question. Okay, I have knight h7, but looks strange.
No,
And
F2. There's no
F2
way
thing,
white is
yeah.
gaining anything.
So queen f4.
And after the exchange, there's this fork on e2 hanging. Oh, but already another move has been played in the game. So after g5, Alexander Goryachkin decided to play a5.
Okay, but maybe we not yet made it to board 11 and 12.
Yeah, for certain.
So,
but maybe you can give some kind of evaluation of this position. Your first impression, something. I mean, before we leave
Well,
this
I don't
position.
like a5, so I say it's equal.
I'd say before a5 is slightly better for black, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, before
I would go
a5.
for
So
h6.
I don't like a5, and so I think here it should be around equal. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. I still prefer black
Well, this
by
n-
some
yeah,
reason. This
yeah.
this knight on d3 gives me this impression. I mean, I don't know. I like the knights on d3.
I understand. Let's see what happens.
Okay, yes. So the board 11.
Is Natalia Shukova against Marina Brunello. Marina, who scored an international master norm with her win yesterday, and was guest in our studio as well, presenting her win. And here, but this doesn't look like another win for black. Wow.
This looks like a
It's completely crushing position, would be my first feeling.
knight d5 something. No, wait. Let's very quickly jump from the opening.
Okay, yeah.
Some kind of a king's Indian structure, with the exception that the bishop is on e7.
Okay,
That is one strange choice. This is so much preferable for white. And now you have to spend 2 more tempi to get the bishop on g7. No, I don't like this at
Yeah.
all.
And no progress for black whatsoever.
On bishop c5, obviously, it's a very thematic move.
Yeah.
And to follow by e5, knight e4. Oh, this is certainly not the best game by Marina.
Yeah. She played a lot of great games this tournament, but
This is not among them.
maybe
Oh, this is suicide.
G5. But okay, fighting spirit.
Yeah, I mean, black has to do something, obviously, but this is suicide. I mean, with such an exposed king after g5, could I do something else?
Why?
I don't
Why
know.
should
I mean, okay, should be probably happy with this position.
But okay, white only 3 minutes 30 seconds, and played bishop d5 check.
Bishop d5. Okay.
What a nice move by Natalia.
But this clock actually might play a huge role in this position because, objectively speaking, I have this feeling that, like you said, I mean, the attack should be crushing for white because black is so far behind development. I mean, b6, bishop b7, two tempi. Black's king is exposed, so it's obvious that white should go for the kill. And she is going bishop d5. So the point is, if I take on d5,
What we want to do, of course.
knight takes on d5, and now
Queen d6. Let's do it.
Queen d6, and now something.
Yeah, maybe something.
Knight e4.
Easy knight e4. Oh,
Knight
that's,
e4.
That's okay.
Should be killing immediately.
Game set
so
and
instead
match.
of that, queen d yes, queen d8 and knight e6. Can I do that?
That's great. Great chess.
Yeah, it looks lovely. So after bishop d5, my first impression is, of course, we made a very quick calculations, but it seems that black cannot take on d5. She cannot go to g7 because then she loses.
Or h7 is.
Oh, yeah, of course, on h7. King f8 is the same fate. So basically only king h8, on which is finished by knight f7. I think this is it.
That's already finished here?
I think so. I mean, I have this
Bishop on
impression.
c8 is so poor.
I think so. This is a game over. Game, set, match. I mean, like you said. I have this impression. I mean, bishop d5 is such a nice move. But the biggest problem for Natalia right now is that she probably needs to stay alert for at least half an hour. She cannot stand up. She cannot go for refreshment. She cannot go for a cup of coffee. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you're in time trouble.
Yeah, black now has to find some forced line, which are, of course, all losing, but maybe with some tricks involved still. And Natalia maybe not know what's coming next. So that's the only chance.
I think she has to sacrifice the exchange, something like king h8, the only chance. So king h8, and now white has a wide choice of possibilities here. Knight f7 is the simplest, just winning the exchange. Oh wait, there's the knight still hanging on c3, isn't it?
Knight is hanging on c3.
Take, and bishop takes on c3. Wait, maybe it's not so easy.
No, now we did something terribly wrong.
Wait, how did that happen? I did not even notice that the knight is hanging on c3. Okay.
Okay, it's not so easy.
So bishop d5, obviously we won't take because we found some beautiful continuations here.
Right.
So, okay. By the elimination method, king f8 looks wrong by any means. Rook f1, something, king g7 loses by force. So king h8 is the only move. The only move here. At least
but from white side you have a lot of options. So it's not only knight f7, but bishop f7 comes to mind as well. But of course knight f6 or knight f8. Yeah. I don't see
bishop f7 looks wrong to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just a tricky move, so that won't do the job.
Well, can I maybe simply play something like knight e6, but then the problem is that black cannot sacrifice. I mean, she is not obliged to sacrifice because this looks like a win to me. I don't know.
No, that's too much, yeah.
Some queen e7.
Yeah. No, but knight f6 is possible.
Yeah. What?
Queen is hanging.
No, I mean the queen is hanging, so something like queen d6.
Yeah, maybe.
And knight e4. Oh, no, yeah, knight e4, right.
What?
No, I mean the idea is after queen d6, I want to play knight e4, attacking the queen. Can I do that?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Wow.
Well, that's the truth. Then it's very nice.
Knight e6 looks extremely logical.
Okay, what about bishop f6?
So after knight e6,
Yeah.
bishop f6.
Just to swindle around a bit.
Can I checkmate you somewhere on g8?
Sure, I'm sure you can.
This is why all of the chess players should regularly study some tactics.
Yeah,
Because,
right.
I mean, it should immediately jump some ideas in your mind. I mean, I have not studied any single exercise for a long time, so I'm a
Yeah.
bit rusty.
That's when I asked Chiro what to do to improve chess, he said, first thing in the morning, 10 minutes chess tactics. Every morning.
Does he
10
do it
minutes.
every day? Does he do it
I'm
every day?
pretty sure he doesn't.
That's a nice advice for somebody who doesn't do it. Okay.
Yeah, okay, but it's okay. That's always with coaches and stuff. You give advices, but you don't do it yourself. That's normal for coaches, I guess.
Yes, in my grandmaster's opinion, this is a very complicated position. What can I say? I mean, okay, but she took on d5
And played queen d6.
But we thought that this is losing, no?
Maybe it isn't. Do we have
Can I play knight e4?
knight e4? That's a big question.
Maybe there's bishop h2 check and rook takes on e4. Maybe that is the whole point.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Knight e4 still has not been
We
played
were
in the
so
game.
proud about our stuff, and now it's all going down the hill.
But look how calmly Natalia Zhukova plays. I mean, she just under complete control.
Yeah.
She is like 3 minutes down on the clock. Such a mess on the board. She just quietly executes the move.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, this just shows some really good nerves. I don't see what she played in this particular position.
We will have an update soon, I guess.
No, we don't. Unless, knight e4 has been played. And now the question is, didn't she blunder bishop h2?
What is wrong with our line?
There's what?
I don't know.
There's nothing wrong. I mean, bishop h2, no? It
Yeah,
seems to
bishop
be-
h2.
So bishop h2, king
king
f1,
h1.
rook takes on e4. Can I checkmate you queen d8? No, I cannot.
No, it won't work, maybe.
So queen takes on e4. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
this
this
should be
is all-
winning.
yeah,
Yeah,
this
should be
is-
winning.
this is
Yeah.
winning.
I mean,
So knight e7 check and threats all over the place.
yeah, materially wise, this is of course equality, more or less, but the king is still exposed.
Yeah.
So simple logics work, and this is very often how chess grandmasters evaluate their position, because they don't even need to calculate the position. They see, okay, this is material equality, the king is exposed, all of my pieces could very quickly join the attack. Okay, so this should be very good for me. I don't think that Natalia Zhukova here has calculated very deep, specific lines. Very often it's just the general feeling of the position.
Yeah.
So knight e4 is a great move. It seems to be that Natalia is, at least in my point of view, she's winning the game.
Yeah.
And at the moment she's sitting at 6 points out of 9.
So seven
So that
points.
might mean that she would be joining the very close followers of the leaders. And
Right. So let's go to board 12. Ina Gaponenko against Karina Ambartsumova. What? Can this be right? Only 18
not?
moves played?
yeah, why not? I mean,
Well, because it's already 3 hours into the game. that would be my
probably they were
answer.
very quickly out of the preparation. Yeah. So all
It is all more or less normal moves.
yeah. Some Scheveningen
Yeah.
without a6.
Has some ideas to at least delay a6, so some lines with c4 does not work. But okay.
All quite thematic.
Yeah, but
G4 was screaming for d5, but maybe didn't work. Okay.
so if you push on one side, the opponent should push in the center. But this didn't
I think this
happen.
is quite balanced. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't strike to me as a very dangerous position for black. Now I
Yeah,
want to
I
exchange
agree.
queens, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
want to take
Otherwise,
them off.
queen d2 or something, or queen e3.
Oh, not queen c3. certainly.
That would not be too good. take.
That would be a mouse slip. Impossible in live chess.
Yeah.
So c takes.
But
on
you
d-
have this sometimes.
What?
You're calculating and then you're touching the piece you wanted to do the second move with.
By the way, did you see some games of the Pajkovsky Super Tournament?
Which
which
year?
is right now. No,
Right
I mean,
now,
right
no,
now it's
no,
going
no,
on
no,
in
no.
Pajkovsky, and VRL Balagan was playing. I think it was the first round against Anton Guyaro, and he played against the Dutch defense with white c2, c3, and the next move c3, c4, and somebody wrote mouse slip. Okay, I mean, in live chess, obviously, mouse slip is a very rare occasion.
Yeah.
It's not a mouse slip, it's like a hand slip. My piece fell off my hand, but there was some deep idea, because black wasted tempi and he also wasted the tempi. Okay, jokes aside, but...
This is the position we have, and it happened rook fd8.
Okay, it makes sense, really.
Yeah, okay, this should be. We have so many exciting positions.
Can I sacrifice something now?
Yeah, you
I want to.
Like
I
always,
want to,
you're always welcome. Bishop f8.
Now I want to sacrifice.
Take, bishop takes, and bishop e8, maybe forced. And now we want to go f6.
Yes.
What a move. What a
Yes,
nice
this is
move.
my idea.
So, I have... What do I?
It's about
I don't-
material equality, actually.
Is it?
I think so. Because you cannot take knight f6, bishop g7, there is something.
So what did we just say about...
Maybe
push?
this was not all forced. I mean...
Wait, with this position. I still want to have a look at this position after f6. No,
yeah, okay,
at
rook
the
g7,
end,
here,
at the end.
here, f6. White is down a whole rook.
Yeah, but it's about to take on g7. So maybe d... but
d5,
this-
I can
this-
even take on
but-
d5.
Yeah, you take with a pawn. That's the problem.
Yeah, and knight e4 is some tricky... I mean, for this time control, 6 minutes left, this would be perfect continuation to play.
That's true. That's true. That's very
I
complicated.
would
Okay,
think
like
about this very seriously.
Yeah.
But maybe we missed something because, okay, bishop h6. Okay, I mean, black can play knight e8. I mean, bishop f8. This does feel quite forced, doesn't it? King h7 is a possibility, although I'll take with the bishop. Knight e8.
And still f6,
And
right?
bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yeah, I like this one. I like this one.
This is amazing. Although f6 also is playable, yeah. But this looks good. I mean,
Yeah,
so,
so
after,
knight e8 maybe. Yeah.
yeah, probably knight e8 is the most accurate move. So knight e8. Now I cannot sacrifice because the bishop will always go to f6 and black is perfectly fine
What
here.
maybe will be the next move anyway.
But I would include bishop h6 just to make sure. So this is the actual position after rook f to d8. Both players are a bit down on time. So we'll try to return to this position. In the meantime, maybe we can jump back to the top boards to see how the potential winner of the tournament
Okay, but that's
might be
only one
doing.
pawn.
So where did the
now.
other pawn go?
Well, beside the board, I guess.
So we left the position here.
Yeah, somewhere here.
Yeah, rook d5, and we felt that this position should be technically winning for white because 2 pawns is 2 pawns. I mean,
Yeah, that's what
queen
they say.
f3, I don't like this. Why play queen f3?
Queen f3 take.
So many moves with the queen. Okay, the idea is queen h8.
Maybe she overlooked queen c6 with check.
Something has gone wrong again for white. I mean, how it can be that black managed to take 2 pawns back at the same time? So queen f3, queen g4, queen d4.
Sounds like a good trick.
Too many moves, yes. So queen c6 probably was missed. So she probably thought that queen h8 is such a nice threat, and now after king g1, rook e2,
Okay, still
fight is on. Although it's probably very close to lost. I think so. With such an exposed king,
and you do not have rook c1. Yeah, maybe this would be a
Yeah.
chance for some. But
rook c1 is queen f4. And I think that white will go for the direct attack, and that is the biggest problem for Monica right now. So she understands that if she wants to survive this game, she needs to exchange either the queens or the rooks.
Yeah.
Preferably the queens, try to escape to some kind of a rook endgame. If not, try to go to queen endgame with some perpetual check ideas, but keeping both of the heavy pieces on the board, this is the death sentence for her. I
We
think.
have another draw, which
Yeah.
surprised me a lot. Board 4. What? Why?
Why?
Wow.
Oh well.
Yeah, there was some move I didn't understood. Bishop b6, but I still.
So g4
happened.
and knight f6, okay.
And here we agreed that every move, for example, even f3 is quite a decent try to consolidate the position and to go on.
I don't know. After f3, h5, there would be still all of the potential sacrifices in the air. Although after something like f3, h5, I can go g5, then f4.
Yeah,
it's very,
right.
very complex position, and it really surprises me, this draw. Why draw? Now, of course, h5, this was more or less in the spirit of the variation we were looking, and f5 is such a powerful move, and well, it's a dead draw, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing to do.
Nothing to do here.
Just
Okay.
dynamic equality.
What does this mean? I mean, both players are playing it safe.
Yeah, they
Six
are
of
on
the-
7 now, both.
I mean, but this is such a nice result for the leaders. They love to see the followers play such a draw. I mean, it makes them feel more comfortable.
So now it's maybe interesting to know what the actual tiebreak is, because in case Nana wins and all the other are a draw, maybe she cannot get catched
The
anymore.
first tiebreak is the direct encounter.
Okay, and they drew. So what
And
was
they
the
drew,
next?
and then the next is the Buchholz, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the Buchholz one cut,
okay.
and then the simple Buchholz.
Okay, so maybe we already know. Okay, it's going ahead a bit too far, but yeah, that will.
Okay,
make
I mean,
Nana very happy.
let's not bury Monika Sochko. She is such a great fighter,
Yeah.
and she is doing her best to try to salvage the
Yeah.
game. And I would say that worst is sort of behind her, because she was just down 2 pawns,
Yeah.
and now she's just
Yeah,
one
right.
pawn and still fighting. And maybe she'll try to, maybe she'll still manage to save the game, but. I'm really, really surprised about this draw against Elizabeth Petz and Elina Danielyan.
Okay, what can you do? They will have their reasons.
Probably they do. I mean, but that's a bit strange. I mean, the first you provoke your opponent into such a complicated fight, and there's blood everywhere. Okay, draw. I mean, why did you go to the complicated fight in the first place? But,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there must be something about the position Elisabeth didn't like. So whatever it is. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's go to another board.
Yeah.
We had a lot of exciting, really
Can we
exciting.
very
games.
quickly check the co-leader of the tournament, Alexandra Goryachkina, how she's doing? This is better for her, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Now I completely agree.
so how did that happen? So we left the position. Something around here.
So Queen D4.
Queen D5. I have a feeling this should be complete equality. What's wrong taking the queen? I take and play something like knight, maybe not knight D4, simply king F1. Can I do this?
Maybe A4.
Yeah, probably A4. I can always protect those pawns with knight B5. So that is my
Yeah, that's
point.
true.
So okay,
I
maybe
don't get to B1.
king E2 is knight F4 annoying idea, so knight D4 I have to make. So knight B2, king E2, knight C4, knight B5. This is worse, I think.
What? I don't understand. I have to admit.
No, I mean the position is worse, that the knight on B5 is sort of passive and knight on C4 is more attacking.
Yeah,
but
that's true. But anyway, this should be a draw somehow.
should be a draw, but I don't like what Huang Trang-Chang did in the game. She played queen D4 and she got the same position, and the knight goes anyway to
Yeah.
C4. That was really, really strange. I mean, if you don't like it, then don't do it. So
That's always
yeah,
a
I mean,
good
it's always the
advice.
same rule. I mean, so queen D5, I like queen D5 really. It
Yeah.
really shows some understanding of the position, and Goryachkina probably evaluated the position to be in her favor, because she has this very nice idea. A5, A4, knight either to E5 or B2 goes to C4, and the pawn on A3 is under attack. So there's a perfect example for youngsters to show that if one opponent plays A5, another plays A3, you don't have to automatically exchange
Yes.
to B4. I mean, the pawn on A3 might be a weakness. So it's a bit unexpected actually, because a youngster showing to her much more senior opponent some endgame class.
That's good old Russian chess school, I guess.
Yes, of course. So I'll check what is the actual position.
Knight e5. f1.
So it's more or less the same.
f6. Take happens.
So we could basically get the same position, but the pawn of c3 might be on d4 and have the impression the pawn might be better standing on d4 for white. I'm not sure. King e2. Maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong.
Happens.
I think I'm wrong. Yet again, I missed something. Okay, I missed that white very quickly advances king to d3. How did that happen?
I don't know.
Let's see. So, the queens were exchanged. Knight d5. I'm not sure how much forced was that. f6 seems like a normal move to me. And now king d3.
What are you going to do with black now?
Well, of course, I don't believe that black is in any danger because at any time I can try to create a pass pawn h5, g5 and try to do something on the king side. But the thing is, I cannot keep my knight on c4. Well, maybe...
maybe some perpetual
maybe I
check.
have to admit that queen d4 was not so bad. I mean, okay. Wouldn't be the first time. So king e2. The problem is with king e5, I would want to keep the knight on c4, but after king d5, there's this annoying check on c7, and suddenly it is white who is way ahead in this game. So this seems like unplayable for black. And
Okay, but king e5 happened.
yeah, king e5. So after king d3, the question is what
Knight b2 check. That's
knight
the answer.
d2. Maybe it's a draw offer.
Yeah.
It seems like a draw offer. Knight b2, king c2, knight c4, draw.
Most probably.
I think Goryachkin at this moment,
She would agree, yeah?
not sure.
But how to play on after
King d3. Can you go to the yeah? I don't think you can you?
No, you exchange.
You just lose something. f4
Ah, you even lose a piece.
and knight c7. Some nice geometrics. And you lose the pawn on e6. So after king d3, knight b6 is impossible.
And we see it happening.
This is a draw. I think so. This is a draw. At least I have such an impression. So, yeah, this is a draw. So it means only one thing, that Nana Dzagnidze has an excellent opportunity to become the sole leader before the last round.
By half a point.
By half a point. And by so many draws, it does mean really a lot. I mean, but still, Monica is still fighting. All of the Polish fans are closely following her and cheering for her.
Sure.
So let's see what is still going on.
4-5.
Yeah, we forgot about Anna Muzychuk. She was doing quite well after the opening, and she is doing more than that.
Yeah.
In the middle game, she's up on a healthy pawn.
A very healthy pawn. And the second one about to fall?
So, well, let's see how did that happen. Wow. Rook a4.
Therefore, creative, but maybe not too good.
I think the whole opening phase for White was creative. But you always have to understand where starts the creative and begins, where ends the creative and begins the bad. I mean,
that's a very fine line.
Yeah. So knight d4. Well, sometimes people like Richard Rapport and Badur Jabava, they play creative and they always get these very nice positions.
Yeah, but the point is what people underestimate. They put a lot of effort in this crazy lines. They do not sit at the board and think, what crazy move can I play today? They analyze it at home like crazy.
Okay, I see.
So that's it's like with Morozevich, Rapport and Jobava. They really know what they are doing. It's not like some over-the-board stuff, but they really know what to do. And in this case, it seems to me, White doesn't know what to do.
Although at this moment it did make some sense. I mean, rook a4 was a quite interesting way to include the rook into play. I mean, the bishop on c1 right now is not moving because we cannot find it a good spot for it at the moment. And until this moment, it was probably more or less all right, but here Take. It doesn't strike me as such a bad position. Maybe somewhat.
Where did the pawn fall off the board?
I try to understand it now. Somewhere. Here.
C4.
Here it went away.
Wait. Rook C3.
Rook C3, I think, is B5.
But this must have been the idea.
Rook C3, B5. The point is B3. I play knight D5.
Yeah, this I understand. But A7 is hanging as well.
But then the pawn is on A6 also.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And maybe I can even include Rook A8.
Yeah, then I have a check.
You have a check. Yes, that's correct. So let's say I take knight takes on A6
And
B3.
By the way, Rook C3 and B5 happened already.
Okay.
So that's
I mean, otherwise I wouldn't really understand this whole point of White's play. I mean, just to allow this pawn to lose it. C4 takes here, B5. Well, obviously B3 is impossible, so you have to go bishop A7.
Well,
right?
we maybe don't have to. We have bishop F4 as well, maybe.
Yeah, but I just play knight D5, don't I?
On knight D5, you don't take on
knight
A3, sure.
Yeah. So
Bishop takes A7.
Bishop A7 feels forced. Bishop takes A7. What's wrong with this? Here
B3, yeah.
feels like some drawish line. Bishop D3, take
King D2.
King D2.
Draw.
Maybe.
Maybe White is playing.
I'm not sure. How forced is that?
Maybe not. Maybe it's
Maybe not.
Not at all. Maybe. Because first of all, do we have to take on A6? Is there, or are there other opportunities? But at the first glance, it looked like Black is completely winning, but it's not so easy.
Probably Black doesn't have to take on A6. Maybe I can make some kind of a quiet move here.
Okay, my idea is to play Bishop C5.
Yes.
So maybe Rook D5. But okay, then you have to think about Rook A3.
I thought about moving the king away somewhere.
Then I go Bishop B6.
Bishop B6. Okay, I see. Well, if the game finishes with a draw, this will probably be yet another disappointment for Anna Muzychuk because,
for sure.
I mean, she cannot just win the games. I mean, I have not counted how many games ended in a draw for her in this tournament. I mean, it's like she is right now sitting at 6 points out of 9, so it's 3 wins, 6 draws, 6 draws. I mean, that's
okay,
too
but
much.
I like that she's trying.
Of course,
She's
I mean,
trying. So there's but not so many draws, short draws, and she's trying. That's all she can do. She cannot ask her opponent to resign. She somehow have to make her resign. So she's trying.
Yeah, sometimes it happens that those opponents are so annoying they don't just make these mistakes.
Yeah,
I mean, you keep pressing and I don't make these mistakes, and then you walk around and you see some other player just blunder, and you become so angry because why don't you blunder against me? I mean, you blunder against everybody else. I know this feeling.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. So let's see how Irina Bulmaga is doing against Katerina Lachno.
Yeah, we like Black's position after Bishop C5, move 16.
This is some forced line already. Let's see, we left it around.
Move 16.
Move 16, something like here.
Queen E3.
Queen E3.
5.
Queen E1, yes.
And we like it maybe even more in the final position. So yeah, now...
What is wrong with bishop takes on A3?
Maybe knight takes... No,
not knight. There's on C2.
Yeah.
So bishop A3 probably White wants to take, I would imagine. Some sacrifice of the pawn. But where's the compensation?
I don't see any. Bishop D3. Yeah, I don't know.
There's no compensation at all. So why don't she take on A3? Because the threat is to play B5, B4, or I want to take on B2. Then I've not used for some time my beautiful. Yes, something like this. So this is the idea for Black. And what was wrong with that?
I don't know. I don't know. But okay, she was better anyway. So let's see what happens.
Okay, maybe she found something better.
Yeah.
Doesn't
And
strike me as something much better.
Okay, rook to d3. Knight c5, bringing all pieces into action. Knight a4, yeah.
Can I just...
Okay, but knight a4
Yeah, but-
is crushing.
Is it?
Why not?
Yeah,
What
but
do
I
you
thought
do?
about bishop takes on c3. I'm not winning immediately
Oh, maybe too easy.
on this. Isn't this just winning?
Yep, it is. It is.
I feel it.
Yeah.
It is the attack with the check, any exchange. I mean, and bishop takes on c3, b takes just suicide.
Yeah.
Knight e4 something.
Impossible. Yeah.
So, okay, I mean, she found knight a4, takes. Okay, but
Yeah,
it
this
still
is
wins
over.
exchange, obviously. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
this
yes.
is
But
all over.
so this was the actual position. Yeah, this is of course over. We shouldn't judge it so harshly. It seems that. What wait? Yeah, it's black is just transforming the position to probably winning rook endgame, but I mean, still she has to show some technique. I mean, should be winning, but Irina Bolmaga yesterday showed that she can perfectly survive very bad or even losing endgame. She was very lucky yesterday to escape against Anna Muzichuk, and of course she did put quite a lot of resistance. So we'll see.
But what is she thinking about now? Because bishop takes g7 and rook takes d3 already happened.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there any alternative?
I don't know what she's thinking.
That's the position, and it's not like she has a lot of time. Okay,
Maybe
it's
bishop
most of it.
e5. No, bishop e5 is. What? Why? Why do you do that?
Bishop e5 isn't working. Check.
Bishop e5, check. King b2.
What?
I don't under. Where's the point?
I don't know.
So maybe she
I don't
thinks
get
for
it.
some practical chances, but rook d7, g5, maybe she thinks she can create some play there, but this is just lost. I mean, there's no checkmating ideas, and it requires a bit more accuracy from black, something like rook d, I don't know, rook g1 maybe, a bishop f6, and potentially at some moment h6,
Yeah.
g takes, just technically easily winning. Very strange decision, but yet again, I mean, maybe she thought that after rook takes on d3, c takes on d3, king g7, this is just lost. But I don't think it is so simple. You still have to show some technique here. I mean, activate your rook e4, rook a4, do something. I mean, rook endgames are very tricky. So anyway,
Yeah,
it seems
okay.
that Katerina Lachno is confidently winning, and maybe there's some more action going on.
So maybe let's go to board 8. This was this f4 idea.
No, it was here.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, we left
exactly.
it around.
Round f4. Okay, she didn't play this direct f5.
Okay.
So knight d3, 6. Take.
No, this is too slow. I mean, should be conjuring some kind of a counterplay. Moving here and there only improves black's position.
Yep.
It's obviously the black is in the driver's seat and she's trying to push for more. Now the bishop.
That's too defensive.
No,
That's
it's too passive.
yeah.
I mean, you don't want to play so passive. We already praised white for her nice idea for f5, and suddenly she changed her mind. So knight d5.
Okay, but what about g2 pawn? Is it?
I think fairly sure it's still there hanging. So let's say I'll just take knight g2.
Yeah.
There's one check. Oh, maybe no. There's no even perpetual ideas. I thought some knight d7, knight f8, but the
bishop on
bishop.
a3 is.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe you have rook a8.
No, it should be lost.
Should be. That
Should be, but somehow.
somehow should be.
Somehow should be.
someday. Yeah, maybe, but it's not so easy.
Well, okay. Okay, it's not so simple. I thought about some bishop d6. Maybe it's not necessary.
Okay, take on a6.
Something like this. Some ideas, although it's not so clear. I mean, you can also take on d6, and then the very quick march of the queenside pawns not so easy.
Yeah. Okay, but so there's some play, but we agreed black is better.
Obviously, by big margin. Maybe knight e3 was. Oh, it's quite logical. Knight e3, knight e5.
It's forced.
Yes. So you have to take on d2, otherwise rook d8 check is a bit annoying. Take. Maybe here she doesn't have to take on g2, but the pieces are better positioned. Okay, we will return to this.
Board 9, of course. The big mess ended in a endgame, of course.
Of course, why not? I mean, how did that happen? Okay.
Wow.
What is this?
How? No. We stopped before, right?
No,
After queen is
I saw the bishop on g7.
Yeah.
Checkmate. No, fortunately, bishop is not checkmating. We left this position.
around queen e6.
Yeah, something like this.
Queen b1, yeah, and g6. That's very nice. Actually, that's. I'm not sure about.
Too bad I cannot move the knight on g7. Yeah, of course. Okay, bishop g7. So I think the point was queen takes on f5.
Queen takes f5.
First take on f6.
Yeah.
the rook on h8 is falling anyway. So okay, g takes, here takes.
Queen h1 mate.
But this is equal, isn't it?
Yeah, but how it happened that white is a pawn up in this endgame we just saw? I would even say black is fine.
Very much fine.
Black is even a pawn up, right? Or am I wrongly counting?
Your calculation is all right. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, black seems to be pawn up. I mean,
what happened? Wow.
What? What was that?
She missed queen takes g8.
But there's been a huge development so far because black was up a pawn and now she's down a pawn. Wow.
That's something.
I would love to see winner of this duel in the studio. I mean, just please, for us humble men's players, we just don't we don't understand your game. Please explain to us what's going on here, because I wouldn't be surprised that the winner will say that okay, until move 15 it was all home prep and I was just following it, and now I was just improvising. But I mean, wow, this is actually what I call fighting women's chess. This is actually why I like it. And no easy quick draws and some action going on, and
that's very nice.
Quite amazing. So both players are a bit in time trouble. Okay, but just 2 moves to make, so I'm fairly sure that they will make it. Maybe we'll very quickly jump to a few games where might be some time trouble.
Gaponenko won.
Gaponenko. Where is she?
Board 12.
How did that happen? We left the game around what? Rook g3.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Why rook c7? Doesn't strike me as a losing position.
Yes.
Okay, black missed something that rook c7 probably was not a requirement. Oh, bishop d1.
What
this
a nice
is
move.
so strong, yes. Okay, although black is still holding, but look at this.
Not more than holding.
I like this. I mean, usually in such a positions when black is dominating and all of the threats are remaining, and at this moment you make king g2. I mean, this is such a style.
This
I
is
mean,
hurting. This is really
this
hurting.
really hurts. I mean, when you're sitting in time trouble and your opponent plays king g2,
Yeah.
you feel this game is gone.
Yeah, yeah. And as white, you feel very good.
Yeah. King f2, why not? I mean, such a dominant position. What? What happened here? Was it lost on time? Can we get some confirmation? What happened
Board
here?
12.
Board 12, Inna Gaponenko against Karina
It's
Ambartsumova.
impossible that it's a draw, yeah?
I don't think this is a draw because I would play this position forever and forever. Well, at least so far the official result stands. Board 12 that Inna Gaponenko has won, and unless both players have somehow misplaced their kings after fixing the result, it has been occurred that
Okay, yeah, but maybe knight c3 wasn't the last move. I can, for example, imagine that. No, the pawn is still on h5.
yeah,
we see on the
obviously
camera
white has
already.
won the game,
But
so the king is fixed, and
instead of knight c3, h6 strikes me as a good move.
but I don't see any other rooks are doubled on the
knight
G
is on
line.
c3.
So maybe there's something wrong with the transmission, or
yeah.
we're missing some moves. I don't know what's happening there, but
Maybe they played too fast in time trouble, so the live transmission.
well, anyway,
collapsed.
I mean the result is official.
Yeah.
Inna Gaponenko won,
Yeah.
and that means
She moves to 7 points.
7 points out of 10.
Yeah,
So-
huge result for her.
Yes, very good result, and she's moving closer to the leaders of the tournament. Let's see what else is there, and it seems that this is a bit unexpected actually. Nino Batsashvili has lost with white against Daria Pustovoitova. We did not have a look at this game. Rating-wise, Nino Batsashvili was a favorite. What happened here? Maybe very quickly we'll jump through, because this is one of the decisive results of the top games. Okay, both players were sitting at 5.5 out of 9, but other games are still following. This is quite a good position for black, I think.
Yeah.
Although I changed my mind.
Really? Why? If it's not mate?
Some mate, no?
Well,
Is there no mate?
obviously not.
Okay.
I trust the girls.
No, this looks so much better for white. I mean,
Yeah, no, I
something
have to
terrible
agree.
happened there from Nino. Oh, there goes the pawn. And there goes the knight.
What? Okay, this is maybe a bit over ambitious.
There goes the rook.
Yeah. This is a little bit too much. It's a whole rook now.
We can only assume that she was under time trouble.
Yeah.
Queen d4.
Nice move.
Knight g4 check. Now the rook is back, but the position is in scramble.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this just was too much. I mean,
Yeah.
why do you do that? I would only assume we did miss this game because there were so many other games going on. So in case, dear viewers, if you get this feeling that we might miss some game, please write us at the YouTube chat if you see some kind of interesting action going on, because we physically obviously cannot cover all of the 60, about 4 games going, so we have to stick to the top boards. But if you see some action going on, please write us. We'll try to switch our attention to it and give you our top GM analysis. Okay, but here something obviously went wrong for white. I like this position until here. Rook e3, queen c7, and now this position feels that you should deliver some kind of killing ball, killing strike, something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe something like queen h4 and rook to
Rook
g3.
e7 something, or
Yeah, okay. So we have so many more games to cover. Let's see. Maybe some Latvian girl to look at.
So how is Ilza Berziņa right now doing? So maybe we can very, very quickly check.
Draw already.
Draw. So how did that happen? Very quickly, I'll jump through the game.
Some Spanish mainline again.
Yeah.
3, yeah.
Not particularly good line for black, but okay. I saw this position around here when I was
I would
walking.
like it for white, yeah?
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's such a dangerous attack by the looks.
Sacrificing. Very nice. I like this move. She not even take it.
Knight g5, I assume then you can take on Knight g5, probably I take on f5, no? Yet again, some mess is going on there. Is this king not going to be checkmated?
I don't know. I thought maybe knight e6 is an idea.
Did queen g3 idea?
Yeah, exactly. So and here I take with a pawn. And I like my pawn on e6.
This is unclear. This is unclear position. Okay.
Okay, let's see what happened.
In the game happened that knight h6 was played.
Take, take. Queen
Okay,
g7.
and this is already holding, and suddenly.
Yeah, now it's not a position where you have to make a draw.
No, it's not, but yes, that's a bit strange moment to offer a draw when you have survived the worst and you have a passed pawn. But okay, I mean, both players were happy with the draw, and draw was accepted. So it seems that the first time control will be over, so maybe we'll be making a very short break, and we'll be returning with you shortly, following by more action from the top boards. As we can see, Nana Dzagnidzhe is still playing and enjoying the extra pawn, but it appears to me that Monika Sochko at least has some... No,
Okay, but can we have a short look before
Or
we
is
go
it?
to a break?
or is it before the break? I think it's just losing. Maybe I just yet again misevaluated. Won't be the first time. So can I just play queen f4,
Happened. I
king
see
d5,
it on the camera.
exchange, and g4?
Yeah, that would be my
This
guess.
is-
Huh?
It's game
And
over.
resign.
Resign.
H4. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry for the Polish fans.
Yeah.
So for Monika, this was a terrible game.
I can
Yes,
see exchange of queens.
queens were
on the board.
exchanged, g4,
And
and
I think now g4 happened, and we are waiting for resignation.
this is the
and-
resignation, suddenly. Monika knows this.
Yeah, and Monika gets ready to shake hands, but calm down for a few seconds, maybe.
Yeah, usually it takes some time trying to come to the realization
Yeah.
that this game didn't went out as you were planned, and well, this certainly was not the best game by Monika, because she made some kind of suicide during the opening. Okay, she misplayed this opening, but this choice to give the 2 pawns, that was really, really strange decision. In the meantime, while Monika is thinking about her options,
We have the next guest.
we have a new guest in the studio.
Very, then we are happy.
Very happy guest in the studio. So I assume Anna has won her game, and we'll be coming back with you very, very shortly with a very short interview with Anna Kantane in the studio, and then we'll be making a longer break. Please stay tuned with us. The tournament is reaching its final phase. Some action is still going on.
Yeah.
It's quite entertaining. Some of the games, even we, more experienced players, we just don't understand what's going on there. And that's why we love women chess, and it's so entertaining. Thank you for watching us, and we'll be seeing you.
See you. We are back, and I'm happy to welcome Anna Cantane in the studio after a very, very nice game today. You won.
We'll see. Yeah, I
So-
managed to win.
Yeah, very good. We unfortunately had not too much time to cover your game, so we are very much looking forward to, as you said, two-piece sacrifice.
Yeah, I sacrificed 2 pieces.
So may take us through the game.
Okay, so it was Najdorf. So it's
Yeah.
usually there is a lot of interesting ideas. Okay, main line for now, let's say. Queen C7.
That was prepared before.
No.
No. So this was unexpected to you that she's
I was
going to
not
play.
prepared. She was prepared. She had, and she played B5, which is, I guess, not the main line. Okay, I'm not a big theoretician.
Yeah, okay.
So okay, she was prepared, and as here I started counting. I remembered some lines with some sacrifices that there are, but I didn't remember exactly.
Okay.
So I played E5.
Okay, very principal move after B5, attacking A8 as well.
Yeah, so bishop B7 is
Yeah.
first, and queen H3. That's the main line. Do you know?
No,
You
I have
don't
no
know?
idea. I want to learn now. I want to learn something.
Okay. So the idea is that my pawn is hanging. She can take it, but then I will take on A6.
What
That's
you did.
happened.
That's what
Yeah.
you did.
I
So
actually-
you knew very well this line.
No, I was thinking.
Okay, okay. Well,
So, but here I was thinking, okay, she took, but maybe she could have played just queen C6, which is a little weird. But on the other hand, maybe.
wow.
But this probably is very stupid, right? Because then I can take and rook E1.
Wait,
Okay.
wait. Let's have a look. A short look. I
have to
start
take
maybe
another.
with bishop takes F6.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So my idea is if you take with a pawn, I play knight takes B5.
If I take here.
I don't know. Maybe bishop takes E5 and
Yeah,
am I a
okay.
pawn up? Yeah, maybe
No.
I am.
You are.
So?
Okay, so probably that didn't make sense. Okay, but she actually,
She took?
yeah, and quickly. So she was prepared, bishop e7, and so I'm 1 piece down. And now I gave
Yeah.
another
Why
piece.
not? Very nice.
So, okay, those are typical ideas in the Najdorf lines, with bishop g5, but I was not so familiar with this position. But okay, she played again quickly.
So it was all preparation. She
She
said
had still
after
1
the
hour
game.
30. Okay, I
After the
didn't
game, when
ask
it
her.
ended,
But
so
she
she
was
was,
quite
yeah,
upset
okay.
because she was 2 pieces up, I think.
Okay, that happens when you sacrifice 2 pieces. and someone is 2 pieces up. Okay,
Yeah,
now
but I
knight.
think it was good position for her because also I had big time trouble. Knight d6, king d8. I think I have to play it. And now I think I have 2 moves to consider. Okay, knight f7.
Getting some material back.
Yeah, but she can just play king c7,
Yeah.
takes, and I was thinking rook e8, and I didn't see queen b4, I guess. And I mean, she can just even go maybe e4.
And the compensation for
Yeah,
the
rook a2
piece.
is also,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe even rook a2 straight away. So I didn't really see, I'm still piece down, and suddenly my position is not so great. Okay, maybe they're still taking here.
Knight takes b7. Okay, queen maybe
And
has
to
to
take
take.
here.
And take on e5. So still 2 pieces, but some pawns and
But yeah, maybe there are moves like queen e4, queen takes g2, with the idea of taking to g5.
was check. Was check.
Yeah,
That's,
with check. That's the
important
problem.
detail. Yeah.
Although, okay,
Okay, maybe bishop takes f6.
yeah, okay, so she can't really do it.
So this position maybe is as well very pleasant for you.
But there is still knight b5.
Okay.
If okay, she wants to take bishop, and I was not sure actually was that I'm 2 pieces down, but those knights are.
You maybe can take with the rook on d7 and
Yeah.
play with the queen and a lot of pawns against rook and 2 rooks and a knight.
Yeah, I couldn't evaluate it. I saw this position because actually it could happen later, but
Yeah.
I couldn't evaluate it. What do you
Yeah,
think?
understand.
That is good for me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright,
Okay.
yeah.
4 pawns. Why not?
I don't know. A
4
lot
possible
of
queens.
pieces.
Happens.
Okay, so there was a lot of.
Yeah,
other
there was a lot of,
ideas.
and you were down on time in here in this position.
Yeah.
So
I
you have
played,
to do something anyway.
I played fe. And here there was possibility of knight d5 as well, which transposes
Wow.
kind of to what we saw before.
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't know how to
Okay.
evaluate it still,
Okay.
so she played king c7. Now I started thinking very long, because turns out that I can't really take on e7 because of rook a2. And some mates are coming, unfortunately.
When your king has to go
And
to
queen
d2, that's maybe
knight
not good, yeah?
Yeah, so I can't take it, and I went down to 15 minutes, and I played
In this
positionally.
position? Yeah, why not with two
Positionally king
pieces
b1.
down, yeah? That's very nice, yeah.
And now she was also actually surprised, and I don't know what she should have played. Maybe there was this line taking, queen g2, but I think it should be good for me. Okay, it's still very complicated. So she played rook b8. Now I can take, I think, knight d5 and queen e6.
Okay, and now you're like 4 pawns for piece.
Yeah, but she has
That's
moved
good.
queen a4, and this is very unclear. I was actually thinking of king c1.
Really? King c1?
Yeah.
Is there, wait, that's too fast. Hold on a second.
Because now she can't take taking is not with check because I have knight b5, and I just want to take on
And
d5.
problem is a3 is knight c3 check?
Yeah, after a3 is simply knight c3.
And some bishop d5 check after b takes c3.
Yeah.
That's not something you want to have, right? So king
So I
c1.
was thinking king c1.
Why not?
Okay, I don't know, but she didn't play it. She played knight b4 and now c4, and I think it's already
Very nice.
looking
Knight
not so
b5
bad.
check.
Yeah, knight b5 is a threat because
threat.
king b6, rook d6, so she got scared of knight b5, and she played bishop a6.
Okay, what about... I try to learn from you, so I play king b6. Now in
Yeah,
this
there
position.
are such moves, but no, I think I will just go maybe I can play bishop e3.
Then I wanted to king a6 maybe, but a3.
Yeah, and then a3, and I just want to take your knight.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I understand. I agree. It's not too good, maybe.
Okay, so she went bishop a6, but still a3, and the knight suddenly has no moves. And should be good here, but I think she went already a little... I mean, she made this way too easy for me because
Yeah.
I had 1 minute, so maybe she could give up the knight on b4 to have some
Okay,
attack,
yeah.
but she took. And now there is endgames, so with 2 pawns up, so somehow
So
I managed
this should be winning, yeah?
yeah, not to lose those pieces.
Yeah, okay, very
Okay,
nice.
and I
What a
managed
nice
to
game.
win.
Very, very nice game. I have one question. Will you look this this game with the engine, or will you just say it was such a nice game, I would never have the engine to look at it?
No, actually, I think I will look at the end.
Maybe your husband already did and will tell you when
He
you're
will tell
home.
me
Yeah.
what did you do.
Okay, so how's the tournament going so far for you?
Not so bad. After today's win, I am getting some rating. Okay, I don't have chances for a really good place, but at least rating-wise, it's looking good.
Okay, and tomorrow, last round of the tournament.
Yeah, at
Your
11,
husband?
at 11, so I don't know how it's gonna go.
But your husband is Thomas is going to commentate tomorrow.
Yeah,
So-
so he will not be watching my game. That's good for him.
Okay, good for his heart. And very good. Thank you very much for
you.
being here. We have our next 2 guests, one of the most exciting games of the day. So we will be back in a second.
Welcome back live from Riga. We are following the European Women's Chess Championship 2017. Round 10 is about to get finished, and we invited for the first time during the tournament 2 guests because we felt it was so appropriate. There was such an amazing game going on between Laura Unuk, white, versus Bela Kotanashvili with black. And 2 of us sitting here in the studio, we are just trying to understand what's going on here. We gave up very quickly. I mean, we just couldn't understand what is there. It was certainly a very exciting game, so we thought that it would be appropriate to invite both of you here in the studio so that you would enlighten us what was going on there. So who will take the honors?
Okay, I don't know actually.
Was it some kind of a preparation? Because we thought we wouldn't be surprised, like move 15, something like that being analyzed.
Actually, I don't play p6 and so Indians, but I decided to make it surprise.
Yeah, it was a surprise for me actually, and I also played this kind of game. I don't know, in 3 rounds ago, and I played knight f3 and then immediately g3. But this time I decided to play knight c3. Just I don't know why even. So I mean, after e6, then here g3. I don't know if that's even a good move, because after bishop b4
I think it should be a variation, but
it should be. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know either. So it wasn't a preparation. It was actually a surprise for both of us, I guess.
Yeah.
But okay.
But she chose an interesting variation with knight b5, bishop c5, and castle.
Yes.
So here, at first I wanted to play bishop takes e3.
Yes, I was calculating that.
Bishop takes e3, knight c6, but I did not like b4.
Yes.
Bishop e7, bishop f4, d5 played a5.
Yes.
Takes, bishop takes, a6, queen takes, takes, queen takes.
Yeah, I also calculated that,
and maybe c takes on b5 or queen b5, and
okay,
I did
you calculate better than me then. Because that's quite a long line.
It's a problem because you can't castle. So
yeah, I decided to play e5.
Okay, I was kind of surprised by that move. I don't know what were. First, I wanted to play knight e5, but okay, bishop g2, king g2, and
maybe knight c6.
Okay.
And a6.
Yes. Okay, and knight a3.
And here I wanted to take actually.
Huh. Okay, and probably d5 later, or what?
Yeah, maybe d5 or just.
Because after
queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Play
we
queen
missed
e4.
knight c6. We thought that d7, d5 was the original idea, but knight c6 probably
is better, definitely. Because I have to move my knight back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, I decided to play b4 because I don't know. I calculated.
Yeah, but after a6, I was thinking b takes c5.
Okay. AB.
Takes and
b3 or what?
Actually, I can take here. Maybe.
Okay, and you take on c5.
But I did not like that.
Really? Okay.
Too much. I don't know, because a4 is coming. So maybe here bishop takes f3 at first.
Okay.
But
maybe I have to take with pawn here, and then if you take, I take f4. Can I play
rook e1
now?
first.
Or rook e1, yes. No, f4.
Yeah.
No, I think 2 bishops.
I don't know.
That's good.
So knight f3.
The question is, why not immediate bishop e7?
Here. Where?
Instead
After b4.
Oh, that would be great for me.
No,
just
instead
one
of
move back.
a6. I was curious.
I just
But
take
now
queen
take
e5.
c5.
Then you take.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
d4 is
yes,
hanging now,
that's-
so.
Before it was bishop and c5 defending it. And so yeah, definitely that's the best. So knight d4.
d4.
Okay, well, I don't
I
think...
missed that move actually. I did not calculate it, knight d4.
Yeah, I totally understand that you did. No, I thought I might have a good position after that. Because, okay, I didn't even... That's probably my only move, knight d4 after that. plan that I had. Okay. So knight c6.
Here I have queen e7.
Yes, I didn't see that actually first. So,
yeah, because if you play, for example, bishop c3, then knight knight d4 is coming, and if take, queen d takes d6, and it's better for black.
Yeah, definitely.
So knight e5, queen e6, queen b1. So g6.
Okay.
I think it should be good move.
Yeah.
But here.
Did you see that now?
So what was the best move here?
I mean, what you played, I think, was.
Here I had a feeling that here should be something that I have to win this position, but.
On knight e4.
Knight e4 just.
There's a fork.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't believe.
But. Okay, on queen b2, what do you play?
The
Knight
knight
d4.
just goes to d4, yes.
And e3.
Knight f3.
Knight f3. Yeah.
King g2 maybe, knight d2.
Okay, but what if I take? No, I take queen e5.
Queen
Yeah.
e5.
Okay.
Queen e5.
Then it's hopeless again. I also didn't see.
Yesterday I also had a completely winning position, so I don't know.
Horrible.
But was the
I
so
felt
forced?
horrible.
Maybe white didn't have to play bishop g7. Maybe that was a mistake. Then the queen h3 is okay. I see.
Yes.
I don't have a choice.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
okay.
knight e3 is possible here, or not?
Then you just play knight d4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Not sufficient.
it's better.
No, I really don't. I
But
don't have a choice.
anyway, it should be better. I don't know. Here.
Yeah, it's still better, but I don't know. Your king is quite open still, and I mean you're definitely still better, but I don't know. It's kind of harder to win than before.
But somehow I have to change queens maybe.
So what happened here? Because at this moment we felt that if our calculation is correct and we checked it, we can calculate until 7 that black is extra pawn, and then after a few moves it is white who is extra pawn. What happened there? Was it some time trouble?
It was, but
Okay.
I chose a wrong plan, I think, because
Maybe.
knight c5, it's a good square, but for knight, but actually it does not doing anything here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Maybe I have to try queen e4. I don't know.
Can you play that?
No, queen b6
Yeah,
is
queen
hanging.
b6 is hanging. Okay, maybe if you try rook g8 first. No, you can't. Knight, queen f5 again. I don't know. Okay, no, knight e4. I think it's correct.
Looks normal.
Queen
Queen
d3.
d3, and maybe now rook g8.
Queen c5 something, no?
Yeah, I wanted to play queen c5,
queen
but
f3.
queen f3.
Yes, this
Pawn's
one.
hanging,
The knight is
so
on a3 also, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. I want to play knight c2, knight e3 like I did.
so
This pawn structure isn't actually that great. Okay.
maybe I have to keep my rook on
Eight.
queen side. I don't know, maybe rook c8 for example, knight e3, rook c6 or something.
Maybe knight
Okay.
d6, no?
Here, what?
f3 is hanging or not?
Yeah, I was thinking about f3 or knight f5, f3. If that's even possible.
Yeah, this looks so good for black. Knight d6, then all protected, attacking the weakness on c4.
Yes, of course.
Extra pawn.
Rook g8. I don't know. I wanted to play rook g6, for example, rook b1, queen f5, but after rook b2, I could not find a good move. Because I can take on g3, I can't play e4. I don't know what to do.
Maybe knight a4. Huh? Oh no, a4.
Oh,
Attack the rook and with ID
But
queen
I'm-
b1, but
before.
I can't do.
Oh, this already
So,
feels a
I
bit
don't
long,
know.
no? For black. I mean, the
Yeah, I
knight on
have-
d6, that plan.
Yes.
C8, rook C6 looked very, very good.
They are more solid because here I have many weaknesses. So queen c6. Okay, rook g6.
Oh, yeah.
Mistake.
Yeah, that's not the best move, I think, because my idea is here to play queen c2.
Because I missed that after I can't play rook
You wanted to
g8.
play rook g8? No,
Yeah,
no.
at first I wanted to play,
But you
but
can't.
knight e7 and it's
Some
losing.
tactics.
Yeah.
So I have
Okay.
to play king
G7, yes, and
queen c6.
And now this is probably a draw, even though I am pawn up.
Is it?
I think.
If queen goes somewhere, then I want to take here.
Yes.
Yeah, but what happened in that endgame? We missed it. We thought that it's extra pawn, but we didn't see what's going on there.
Okay, here, I don't know if I play something else maybe, but I didn't see anything really.
For example, play e3,
Okay.
rook b2,
Yes.
rook a1 to push the pawn. If I play knight e4, just a4, and I think it should be
Okay, maybe no, that's
better
dangerous.
for
You
white.
can't play
So
that.
I think maybe knight e4 is better here.
Yes, definitely. And what? King
Good drawing chances, probably.
Yeah,
Yes, that's the thing.
should be. So what else? Because she can't play rook d2, knight e4 is coming.
Yes, yes.
So
Yeah, maybe e3 is the only move, but I.
yeah, but after knight e4, I don't know how to improve this position for white.
I guess you just have to play e5, king e6.
Mhm.
Okay, king g2,
King
for
G2,
example.
King F3, rook H1, something, and do there, no? E5, black will probably, no?
Yeah, I have to play
E5.
e5, I
Yeah,
think.
knight F5, something, and
King e6. Maybe
Maybe
e4.
e4.
But over here, knight c3, I think it's possible.
Yeah.
okay, maybe it's a
yeah.
draw.
No, I guess it is.
Yeah, after rook c1, it's
No, now it's completely,
yeah.
even after a4, sorry.
So that means probably that White's attack wasn't so good after all.
White's attack? No, because my attack then turned into black's attack, so black was immediately better.
Okay. Well, that was certainly a very, very exciting game, and well, maybe in a few words, how would you evaluate the tournament? How is your performance so far, and what do you expect from the last round?
God, I don't know. I missed so many chances in this tournament that I can't say anything good for me. But I hope tomorrow I will keep all my strength and I will do my best.
I'm actually very happy with my results, even though this game wasn't that good for me, but last 3 games were very good for me.
You still have very entertaining games in the last rounds.
Last 4 rounds they were very attacking, yes. So yeah, I'm very happy with this tournament. I got my first women GM norm, so I'm extremely happy. My goal is made and
Okay, I mean, thank you for joining us today in the studio. We hope that you'll produce even more entertaining game in the last round. Here in the studio with us was Lara Unuk with Bedna Kotanashvili, and we'll be returning with you shortly with the remaining games of the round 10 from the European Women's Chess Championship.
Welcome back after 2 very interesting interviews made with some of the players who already finished their game. Anna Cantano, who won a very interesting game with a double piece sacrifice in the Najdorf line and the Sicilian defense. And with a game of the day. What's your summary of this game? What did we miss?
You mean our previous 2 guests?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that was certainly a funny game, and we completely wrongly thought about the position because it was no preparation at all.
Okay.
But players started to improvise very early, something like around move 5 or 6, and
wow. Okay.
Apparently Black was winning at some point, and she missed her chances, and even after that she was having a huge advantage. And even though Laura Unuk with White managed to get extra pawn in the end game, it was not enough to convert it, so it was a draw. So that was quite exciting. I mean, it's not very often when you watch a game and you cannot understand what's going on there. So.
And great to have both players here. So
yeah, both players were here and quite in a positive mood, and they like the tournament, and of course they'll do their best to finish the tournament with a victory. So we'll hope that they will do that. In the meantime, maybe we can very quickly jump to the top boards, what was going on there. Basically, all of the top boards have finished with the exception of the Anna Muzichuk, who is still fighting for something on the fifth board. Okay, I saw the position
you got distracted.
I got distracted immediately. Okay, but we'll get to that. Like we realized about half an hour ago or more that Nana Dzagnidzhe won her game, so this is very, very crucial victory for her, becoming the sole leader of the tournament, because the co-leader Alexandra Goryachkina could not win the game against Huang Trang Chang, and the game ended in a draw. Probably Alexandra is happy with the draw, but still there's this feeling that you should be fighting for the title, and by this draw basically it means that Nana Dzagnidzhe is a very huge favorite to become the new European champion.
Half point ahead with good tiebreak, so let's see what happens tomorrow, if someone will put up a fight against her. But now she's a huge favorite, and let's see what happens tomorrow.
And Alina Kashlinskaya versus Maria Muzichuk finished in a draw quite some time ago. So we can go back to the game, Anita Gara versus Anna Muzichuk, and
which
now...
Which is heating up.
Which is
What?
boiling up quite rapidly.
Wow.
What is going on here?
Wow.
We left it something around here, b5, bishop.
c5 check, rook a3.
Rook a3. What was wrong with taking on a7? Okay, I don't know, but maybe White is playing for the win here. I
doubt this.
I also doubt it, seriously, because I could now play king c6 and you cannot take on a7 because I'll play the bishop d4. I thought about this idea. So the pawn on g7 is hanging, so that's a problem. Okay, not very clear what's going on here. b4. I feel a bit humiliated today because I cannot guess any single move. I keep watching these games and they produce something which we have not talked about. And
that's a message from the girls to us, I guess.
Probably, yes. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but
somehow things changed dramatically.
It feels like that.
Take. h5, this move I like.
Oh, this is such a powerful move. I mean, I have a feeling something went wrong for Anna here.
Completely.
Wrong. So I think here she should be perfectly fine. At least that's my initial impression. Something like bishop c5. I'm not sure, is this a required move or not? If you plan to play rook a3, why don't do it immediately? Why do you give a check?
There has to be some reason, because... Okay, maybe she was looking at this idea with bishop d4 at some point to attack g7 pawn. Maybe that was one of the ideas. So she wanted to have the king on d7. Still,
well, maybe she foresee that after b4 some bishop a, or okay, not very obvious at all.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm very, very curious about the actual position. So, take h5. This very nice move, fixing the pawns.
It's clearly white is in the driver's
Yes.
seat here.
Yes.
So Anna right now is struggling to fight for a draw, and she plays e3, try to escape. I mean,
Well, what's the point?
The point is, I understand.
Not take?
Knight c5. I think that is the point. And escape in the endgame.
Ah, nice tricks. Yeah,
but
I like
this is clearly not good news for the Ukrainian fans, because this already was not a great tournament for Anna. She's been struggling so far. She scored 3 wins and 6 draws. And yesterday she missed this in my point of view, quite an easy win against Irina Bulmaga. And I would imagine if you miss a win like that, it does something to you. I mean, after this, e3, f3, f4.
So f3 is a try to win the game, yeah?
Obviously. I mean, white is certainly playing for the win here. And f3, f4, let's see what is going on here.
Okay, let's first capture. I want to know what happened.
The first obvious. Even though g4, g5, it looks very tempting to me. Okay, but okay, let's see. I take on f4.
What now? What's the point?
So knight c5 seems like a requirement. You cannot play bishop d4 because I'll play e2, king d2, and some fork ideas, some cheap endgame tricks.
Yep.
Magnus Carlsen would approve it.
Yep.
Of course, I'm not denying his huge mastery, but okay. E2, bishop.
But even bishop f2 still looks.
Okay, but knight c5, I don't have to play bishop d4. That's the point.
Yeah, we can take on h6 maybe. Yeah.
And or something like king.
I give a check and take on e3.
This is lost.
This is simply lost. Eh?
It feels like lost. I mean, after f4, g takes on f4, maybe I can play king.
That's maybe her idea, yes, I agree.
King e6.
But still, king d3? What's wrong with king d3?
Probably
Knight
nothing.
b4 check?
Nothing wrong.
And no. I just now plunder 2 pawns.
So
now I would like to play at least knight f5 after king takes e3.
Yeah.
But that's a long way to go, yeah?
This is too many pawns. Clearly too many pawns to give up. Maybe there is some kind of escape, but
this would be study-like. If here is an escape, you can look it up next year's tactical books.
Bishop takes on h6 has been played.
Why? I don't understand why, but okay. There must be, maybe there's a reason. I guess there's a reason.
I'm sure that's quite a clever move, because the point is after f takes on g3, bishop takes on e3, I want to exclude
bishop, the knight is misplaced.
And the h6 pawn is marching forward. I wouldn't be surprised that this is going to be one of the biggest surprises so far in the tournament, but
poor Anna.
Poor Anna. I mean, but okay, I mean, this is not her tournament.
Yeah, that's what happens. When something goes wrong, it really goes wrong. So...
Yes, I'm of course sorry to see that, because Anna, of course, in the eyes of the many, was a big favorite to win this tournament, and after her excellent result recently in the World Women's Chess Championship, where she lost in the final against the Chinese player.
A very exciting match.
Yes, I mean, everybody expected that she'll be playing here for the title, and apparently she's not only playing for the title, she's not playing for the top 14.
Okay, but maybe after such a final in a World Championship, you have to recover for a few months. It's not easy to come back from this.
Yes.
So it's understandable, because you had the World Championships title, the highest title in chess, at your hands. So very understandable, and although we are very happy for Anita for playing such a great tournament.
Yeah, look at her. I mean, she's sitting so relaxed there. I mean, I can do this all day.
Yeah.
This look, I mean, I'm totally under control, and she knows. I think she knows that this should be winning.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And Anna also realized that something has horribly gone wrong in this game, and very often when people are sitting like that for the longest time staring at the board, they just try to recap the game and try to understand where did I went wrong. I mean, because the opening, it looked quite quite all right for black, and she was actually at this moment, maybe before.
Yeah,
It was such a nice position, and but c4, maybe that was
C4 was
quite an interesting idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Anna already thought, okay, this is gonna be a win, and I will not allow anyone to take it away from me. And then you see a move like c4, and you have at least to win the game again. And yeah, that's very tough.
Maybe b4 was a mistake. Something around here, something completely went wrong for Anna. So it's very hard to guess at which moment. And so far, yeah, she's still thinking after bishop takes on h6.
But well, we will see a move very soon because time is running out.
Well, I think black is just running out of moves.
Yeah.
The knight on a6 is doing nothing there. So, and move has been played. Okay, we'll return to this game shortly.
Yeah.
Although I don't think that this game will be following. Will be going on for a long time.
But maybe in case Anita wins, we can have her in the studio for
yeah,
an
certainly.
interview.
Yeah,
That
we would love
great.
to see her here to hear her comments from what it appears to be quite an upset.
That's a position on the board right now.
Yeah, I've taken g3, and now I would love to play bishop e3. It
I
looks
agree.
so powerful.
Yeah.
Cutting off the knight, attacking the pawn on a7. So maybe something like knight b4 is required to be extremely active. h6 pawn is also matching. I mean,
Yeah, after bishop b4,
This is-
h6.
this is lost.
This is
lost.
Dead lost.
I dare to say this is lost.
Yeah.
Okay, in the meantime, we'll see what's going on in the remaining games.
Still some games running, yeah?
Yeah, I just try to find some entertaining games.
There's a rook ending, I see, and...
Well,
Okay.
rook endgames also can be entertaining.
Yeah, that's true, and that looked like one, which may be entertaining.
I think we were looking at this game after the opening.
Yeah.
We were questioning.
Yeah, the queen exchange. Yeah,
Yes, the
was
queen
what-
exchange. Why did she have to exchange the queens? Because it felt it was somehow better position, and suddenly the queen exchange. Yes, on c4. Okay, this is a nice move. The point is, after d takes on c4, this is a temporary sacrifice, which happened actually in the game after knight a5 and bishop b6. This is such a nice coordination of the pieces. And black is just better.
Yep, way better, way better. But these are some strange decisions by black. White
certainly.
now does have white the better minor piece. That shouldn't have happened.
I think the most simplest move here is g6, f5, something, try to create some kind of pawn center, activate the bishop, but this, okay, this I don't understand.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. Okay, some endgame stuff, but how could white allow that then? Such a nice knight on d5.
I would imagine she didn't want to play f3 because the pawn on e4 might become vulnerable, something like f3, maybe rook f7 something.
Yep.
So something along the lines on the f line, so that's why she decided to take on f5, and now the knight on d5 is not feeling so secure. Knight b4. But this is playable, actually. Knight b4 is a very concrete move. I mean, attacking the pawn on a6, a5, probably something like... Although, what happens after a5? a5 is knight a6. Okay, that is the point. At least I think, no, rook d2 check.
Yeah, we have rook d2 maybe. Huh?
But that knight on... but it's still a fork. Yeah, okay, obviously, yes, it's still a fork. I forgot. Okay, yes, so that was the original idea for white. So knight b4 might be completely playable here. I think it's about equal.
Yeah.
thing about such pawn structure is that usually some people tend to wrongly evaluate the position. They think that I have the center, I have a very good perspectives, but very often it's just the passed pawns which are much more important, especially in such a rook endgame, so that center doesn't play such a huge role, which might be playing in the middle game. Okay, still, but okay, and suddenly White decided to go passive. I don't think that was necessary.
Okay, some more moves.
Oh, why can't I create a passed pawn? What's wrong with that?
You mean with b5?
Yeah, I think so, b5.
Yeah,
b5,
no,
a5, I think that was the idea for black.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but what
Why
else?
not take?
And?
Rook b8. King
Should
d5.
But this pawn is not falling, is it?
I don't know.
I also don't know.
King c6.
Now I give it a check.
And draw.
And draw.
Yeah.
I think White should be happy about that. I'm not sure about Black. And I thought that this pawn on a4, like a very similar game, Alexandra Goryachkina, Black against Huang Trang was playing, and she played something like that. Of course, in a knight endgame, this pawn on a4 may be not so clear. Some rook c4, some direct threat.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Some king, not so easy.
Okay, let's take a look at the actual position.
Yeah, the actual position, of course. The actual position is
d3, e4, and much more moves
There
happened.
were more moves, but I'll try to. Yes,
Yeah.
so this is the actual position. So here,
Where's the pawn?
that was a blunder, wasn't it?
There's
That
pawn.
was a blunder, my friends, because f takes on e4 is d4 check. I'm fairly sure that was missed by
Yeah.
White. Because king e2 is rook a2 check, you lose a rook.
No, you cannot do that.
Yeah, so you cannot take on d4 because rook on f2 is hanging. So it appears to be that h5, b5 takes on a4. I'm not so sure about this taking on a6. Maybe was
See?
b6 playable here?
That's
b6
what-
just rook b7.
That's what we said. We have to study endgames. That's most important.
Yeah, but in this position,
No, this won't happen.
yeah,
of course.
this hasn't happened in the game.
But maybe now she realized.
I'm
what-
fairly sure she has now realized that she has made a mistake here. But
Yeah.
and suddenly some big chances appear for Natalia Pagonina.
Yeah,
What was the
very.
tournament situation? If I'm not mistaken, she was sitting 6 points out of 9, was it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's correct. So it means that Natalia could be moving up closer to the leaders, and she's been not enjoying a very good tournament
Yeah.
so far because she stumbled quite a lot in the earlier rounds, and now she's struggling to regain her form. This is not her best tournament, but
She's a great fighter, actually.
Yes,
She's
yes.
well known for this. And f4 happened in this very position.
I don't like this.
f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
F4. This.
It's basically two free
I
connected
think that's a
pawns.
resignation.
Pawns,
Because
so-
these, yes, two passed pawns. Now, basically, what Black needs to do exchange pair of rooks, king f5, and these pawns match to victory.
So we can expect something like rook fa7.
I think so, yes. Rook f to a7 makes very much sense to me because right now Black should be, yes, it's being played also in the game. It makes perfect sense to me. I mean, look at this.
Is
I
it?
mean, she just collapsed at a very playable position. Okay, it feels like a worse position, but by no means, I don't think it's so simple here. Or is it? Maybe it's not so great. Because now with Black, I want to play. Okay, I think she made already mistakes before. Because at this position, I felt that
b5, something like
something like b5, it's okay, maybe slightly worse, but about the equal position and a few moves, and position collapses immediately. And that's where the mastery makes the difference. I mean, you might play well openings and middle games, but very often a difference in the mastery shows in the end game. And Natalia Pagonina, of course, is a very, very strong player from Russia, and she does know how to play end games, and the class tells.
Yeah,
So
very good.
what is else?
Okay, next board. Next board.
Next board is yeah, it's still going on.
but with good chances for black, right?
I think it's just winning, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
It
what I
feels-
wanted to
first
say in
impression.
my diplomatic way.
First impression is just winning. We left this game something around here
Yep.
when
And we
white was...
didn't like the passive setup of white.
Yes,
yeah?
that's too passive. Yes, knight
That's
J2.
what we thought. And oh no, this we thought rook d8 check rook a8 may be an idea.
Probably the last chance. Although maybe there was some direct ideas with knight e3 and take on c2 or something. Well, I don't know. She didn't like it apparently. So okay, it's just 2 extra pawns for black. Some converting is needed. It's just winning, easily winning. I mean, not only black is enjoying the 2 extra pawns, the h pawn on h4 is quite rapidly marching forwards.
Yep.
Something like rook g3, h3, h2, bishop g1.
We predict black win here.
And Marina Nechava on how many points is sitting at the moment?
As well, 6.
6. So, okay, so it also means that she is moving to probably, if the game proceeds as we anticipate, it will go to 7 points out of 10, which is a quite decent result for her. And in the remaining round, everything could happen. I mean,
Yeah, right.
and we left the game. Natalia Zhukova, we were quite impressed
Yeah,
by that attack.
yeah, that's true. It was very nice stuff.
After queen h4, bishop d5, that was such a lovely move.
Queen d6, and it happened as we thought it would.
Yeah, okay, bishop e5, some practical chances, but objectively speaking, this should be a lost position for
Yeah.
black. At least we felt it. I mean, knight f8 looks logical.
Knight b6. Okay, it's still winning. The attack is too strong, but it feels like something else should work as well.
If it exchanges by force the knight for the bishop, I can understand it. But what is wrong with something like rook b8,
Maybe rook d1,
bishop d4?
bishop d4, yeah.
Wait, what if I play rook b8? Maybe it's not so clear, or is it?
No, we can take on c8 and queen g4 check, right?
Okay, yes, absolutely right. This finishes the game, so basically knight b6 is the first line, takes queen e5. Now the king is so much exposed, and the problem is black is struggling to find a good square for the bishop.
Yeah, rook takes f8 coming.
Yeah, so if you could somehow magically transform that bishop from c8 to g6, then black will be very much alright, but
Yeah.
as far as I know, it's not possible.
No.
Unless we play those 2 moves, chess,
Yeah.
bishop f5, bishop g6, then this is not possible. So, yeah, there's just attack incoming. Take the material, yet another material,
Yeah.
and black just decided to call it quits. And
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
so that was quite an impressive win by Natalia Zhukova. She's also moving to 7 points
Yes.
out of 10. Former 2 times European Women Chess Champion. Last time she won the tournament in 2015. This won't be the year when Natalia Zhukova will win the tournament, but she's still showing a very solid play so far.
Right.
I
Yes.
don't remember against who she lost, or did she lose any games? I think she lost.
Maybe one game, yeah, but I don't
Yeah,
remember as well.
Okay, so but she looks in a good shape. What? No, all
Only
draws.
all draws,
All
okay.
draws confirmed. So she's extremely solid player and scoring her 4th win, 4 wins, 6 draws. So it's a very, very solid performance by her.
We have another very strong player still playing against one of the Ukrainian hopes. So Antonetta Stefanova, one of the best female players around the world.
As this has been not a great tournament for her.
No, and it seems to continue like this, maybe. She's a pawn down. Bishop on g7 doesn't look too good. But
I don't think the pawn matters much, does it?
Maybe not.
Maybe not, I don't know. Okay, very, very quick review. Samurai Lopez. We did not have a look at this. The Breyer system, ever popular. The main line. Oh, knight b6. I don't know such move.
Okay, let's see. 3.
Looks quite alright for black. Oh, although the weakness on b6, difficult to tell. Oh, black is fine here.
Okay, but this is all more or less okay for black. There should not be big trouble here.
Probably not. I cannot guess black's moves. What is the knight to nature do it? I am fairly sure this was time trouble.
Yeah.
You don't make such moves normally.
Yeah, that's true. So now they again have time to think, and now the game starts again. Take bishop d. Rook a7. Rook
yes,
a7.
this was missed. Apparently, knight takes on b4 probably here. When black played knight c6, I would imagine she missed. She thought that bishop c5 here, rook a6. I'll take on b4. I mean, this variant it's impossible, but suddenly there's this rook a7, and this position. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a position you would go deliberately. No, probably not. I mean, black still has to prove what she has for the sacrificed pawn, sacrificed blunder pawn.
Yeah,
and,
let's call it the sacrifice.
Yeah, well, let's call it the sacrifice. Yeah.
Okay, but some moves happened. Knight e3 or what?
I think she took on b4.
Black to move here. Yeah, queen takes b4.
So there's no more extra pawn, is there?
No.
How did that happen?
So she cannot protect, and
maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, and once again I have to change my mind about the position. So
well, the first impression was that was a blunder. Maybe it wasn't a blunder. I mean,
well,
who
it
knows?
was. Come on.
You think so? Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
probably. It felt like
maybe,
a blunder.
Maybe the position is just too good. So.
Well, sometimes it happens. You make a blunder, then it works out for you.
Yeah. Knight d5 now. What about knight d5?
Knight d5, you mean?
D.
Or f5?
D.
d5. I want somehow to activate my bishops. I don't know. I want to play f5. Probably I cannot.
That's ambitious.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and now no. Knight b6 I have as well. At least I can think about it.
Okay, f5 is wrong. Now probably I can just exchange and play some like simple bishop f8, activating my bishop. Bishop goes on c5. Probably equal.
Bishop d3.
Or maybe b4, bishop b3.
Yeah, that's what I really want to play, like rook a7. Good, but I cannot because of bishop c5 check. Okay, then b4 in any case is a good
bishop,
move.
probably equality, some kind of. Maybe we can very quickly jump back to board 5.
Yeah.
Is Anna Muzychuk still playing? She is
fighting like
a hopeless battle, I would say. But this feels. This is just lost. Yes, because the king f1, king e2, king d3 advances, and it seems that we'll be expecting the biggest upset so far in this tournament. At least I don't remember such a big rating difference victory by supposedly weaker side.
Okay, maybe on the lower boards it happened, but on
certainly
the higher
not among
boards,
the leaders.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure how accurate was all of this, but why king e2? I thought bishop e3 was very powerful, but okay. And this should be, of course, technically winning because these pawns are so apart from each other. And well, anyway, it's psychologically a difficult moment, of course, for black because it's already been not a very successful tournament, and now you are supposedly you understand.
No, wait. Let's have a look at the camera.
Yeah.
I think this is resignation.
Is it?
So maybe when we can
Yeah,
try to
I
get
think so. That
Anita in the studio.
Yeah, so maybe we could get Anita in the studio and ask her how did she score this extremely important victory. For Anna, this tournament is turning like a complete disaster, but I'm sure she'll recover. She's still a very great player who will produce more entertaining chess, and she'll probably want to forget this tournament as quickly as she can.
And compared to other players, she set up the pieces still, although she lost. I know a lot of players who just run out of the playing hall and leave everything as it is. So
I think that's just good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
So I totally respect that. I mean, still being disappointed and show some respect towards your opponent, because still, if you don't count the WS opening, Anita Gara played quite alright middle game, and this h4, h5 was a nice move when she fixed those weak pawns, but still one feels really that it was all Anna who did it all herself, all the damage. I mean, that was quite unfortunate for all of the Ukrainian fans. So maybe we can make a short break, and hopefully we'll have a guest in the person of Anita Gara in the studio. In the meantime, I'll probably finish today's broadcast myself.
Because you have a very important job to do now. You will take care of your child.
Yes, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. In the meantime, the commentary will continue, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes, but only without me. And Jonathan will continue the broadcast.
Yeah, right. See you in a minute.
Thank you, and see you very soon.
Welcome back. I'm happy to welcome Anita Gara, the star of today's round.
Thank you.
Beating one of the strongest female chess players around the world. Maybe we should start. How did you prepare for the game?
Well, she played many openings, so actually I had no idea what she will do. I thought that she will play e5 because during the tournament she had 2 games with e5, but well, actually it was good for me that she played c5. So I've just prepared this c3 line, which I already played in the tournament twice, if I remember well.
Okay.
And I play also on knight f3 and the main lines, but I played with many good players, and I thought that c3 it's much easier to prepare and Okay, it's a normal game.
And how do you handle it when your opponent plays a lot of lines? Do you really prepare every line, or say, okay, come on, I will go to relax and see what happens?
Actually, I like to prepare. I like to be prepared, and I like when I can surprise my opponent. I like this. And in this tournament, I had luck with this because I managed to play some good games with good openings.
Okay, great.
And
so take us through the game.
Okay.
Very exciting game.
Quickly, just C3. She played most of the time. She played D5, and now she played Knight F3. I think that she expected this line. I guess so. Yeah. She was prepared against this. Usually, I played this line.
And when was the point when you were out of preparation or repertoire? When was it new for you?
Actually, this is still a theory. Here, I don't know. Okay,
D5.
First, she played D5 and then C4.
Yes.
So and then we transpose with this line. And if I remember well, one of the main lines is Queen takes D6 here.
Yeah.
Queen takes D6, castle, and this Bishop G4 line. I don't know if you play this line?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Maybe I once prepared it against you when we played in some team championship in Hamburg.
I remember that once we played each other.
So, but, well, no, not really. I don't
and H3, Bishop H5, Rook E1, and this is a very, very complicated middle game. Usually black will castle long, and I will play some Bishop E4, B3, and it's a complicated mess. Okay, she played this E5 line. Castle is still okay, and I remembered in a few games before I was prepared of this line, so I remember D3 is good, take. Rook D1 is still okay. Queen E2, this is the...
this is all main line still, yeah?
Well, I don't know if this is the main line, but this is one line. And I remember that A4, but maybe when I will just go to my room and I will just check, maybe it will be not. But I remember that A4 and then this knight G5 plan. And maybe castle was a kind of mistake. I don't know, because after knight G5, I felt white is a bit better.
Okay, but what do you think instead should be the move?
Some knight D5. My main idea will be knight G5, that's for sure.
Yeah, you maybe will play it anyway, so maybe I guess
maybe,
F6, but then you'll play knight D4 maybe.
What do you mean after knight G5?
Now
F6.
Now F6.
Now F6.
If you say your plan is knight G5, I like to.
I want to prevent.
But I like knight D4 in this
position, but then
to
how will you castle?
Maybe never. I don't know.
Never.
Maybe never. Yeah. Okay, but this is okay. She castled. Yes.
Yeah. She castled. Knight G5, take, and I think here she was aware that it's not so easy.
We were thinking about F6 during our commentary.
I was also calculating F6. I don't know what's this line. Queen D3.
Queen D3.
But I'm not sure because I was just calculating this line.
Oh, wow.
And check. Okay, actually I have a draw if I want, but what if she plays this? I will take maybe this. And I don't know what is this.
Okay, but this looks good for you, yeah?
You
already have 3 pawns
I have
and some attack?
Pawns, some attack. Okay, actually I'm not
not so well
developed. I could not evaluate this properly.
So
I don't know. It's quite interesting. So
you start thinking when she plays F6 more or less, then.
Yes. I'm not sure about this queen. If not, if I don't like this variation, then Bishop E3, and.
A game to play.
Yeah, it's a game to play.
Okay, f5.
Okay, f5 was a bit risky, I think. I think this a5, a6 plan was quite good because then she had many weak pawns at the end.
I asked myself after a6,
a6,
h6, if it's possible to take on b7 first, or if this...
yeah, it's possible. And then I go back
to
c1. And it's better for me that my pawn, because actually I won the game because of my a6 pawn, and the a7 was extremely weak.
Yeah, okay, I understand. So not to take
I think maybe it's also a bit better for me. I can play on some rook e6, queen e6. I don't know, maybe.
It's a different game, more or less.
Yeah. She plays the b6. Then my knight goes to
that was very nice.
b5,
knight a3, knight
yes,
b5.
And actually she is in trouble, I think.
Really? Because we thought after e4, e4, knight b5, knight queen e5. Here we thought black is better.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we did. Well, I'm only international master, but
and actually, what did the computers say?
We did not look it up.
Okay. Really? Black is better here?
I don't know. That's what we thought. We agreed on this.
I felt white is better.
Yeah, okay. Maybe that was the key to the success, yeah?
Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we are wrong. I don't know.
Because this a6 is a strong pawn. I have a bishop pair.
And it's maybe not so easy to continue for black, yeah? But we like the move rook a4, actually. This is a move we completely missed. So, yeah. So let's see, knight d4 now.
Yeah,
that was very good.
I exchanged and g3, and I want to develop my bishop.
Yeah. So exchange of queens.
Yeah. Also, I was thinking of this queen h5. That if I just lose my pawn, I want to just sacrifice on h5 or something like this. But I didn't like this variation with bishop f7. And if this, I was a bit afraid of something like that. But maybe it's just totally, it's not correct. Queen h5, but also now my bishop is hanging, but I have bishop
e4, well, b5. Huh?
So I thought that maybe, and also I will lose my a6. Maybe it's just, just take. It's good, and rook a4. I think white should be better here, no?
Yeah, maybe. But we thought that your a6 pawn, we weren't sure if it's weak or strong.
Or weak. Yeah, but I thought, actually when we had some time trouble, maybe I just missed something. King h4 just to control g5 at some point.
Was later very important when you played h5.
And actually I realized that my c2 bishop is quite bad. I wanted to play rook d2, bishop d1 and transfer to e2, and also just to defend my a6 pawn.
So white took concrete measures, to attack a6.
Yes.
Rook fd8 and
rook fd8, take.
King f1 and knight c7.
Yeah, and now the pawn is hanging because some bishop c4 check.
So
king e1.
Are you still better? What do you think?
I think something has go wrong, no?
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Actually, maybe here. Maybe rook d8 and maybe here.
Okay, what to do?
Yeah, because now... And what if I just immediately come? Immediately king f1. And then
let's say we do the same moves, knight c7.
Yeah, but you don't have... knight c7. King e1.
Okay, take on d2, rook d8.
Not bishop c... no, sorry. Yeah, take. Maybe bishop.
Bishop takes, rook d8.
But here I have one tempo more, no? And I want to bishop c...
That's my...
but now I have
this one, yeah? Okay.
And I want to just bishop
Yeah, and you have bishop f4, worst case as well.
Mhm.
So, okay, yeah, that's maybe would have been a little
maybe
better, yeah?
here immediately king f1
Yeah,
was better.
I agree.
Yeah, because here something went wrong.
Yeah.
Bishop d7, rook a3, and I thought that c4 is winning.
Winning?
But yes, because I just didn't see that after b5, b4, she has knight d5. So c4
okay. I understand,
take,
yeah.
rook c3, b5, and here I just realized that knight d5 is coming, and my rook is trapped.
We thought that you may going for a draw here with like bishop takes a7 or something.
Yeah, but I just didn't. Okay, maybe even without, I mean, a pawn down, I have compensation because the bishop. First, I gave the check. King d7. I don't. Maybe. I don't know. It's a bit complicated.
Yeah,
okay, and
for sure.
I just defended my pawn.
Yeah, and now.
And now the a7 is hanging. She wanted to exchange with b4, and I give this check. And I think here, after bishop b5, I think I'm okay. King c8.
Yes.
But maybe it's already fine for me. Because take.
But we thought that maybe b4 was one of the decisive mistakes. Yeah. So now things went very good for you. Yeah.
Yeah, because after that we exchanged this. I think this endgame is extremely
now you're
hard.
a6 pawn.
Yeah,
this is making the day.
Yeah, and the a7 is weak, and the g7 will be the.
And the move I like most in the game was h5.
Yeah,
actually.
h5. I think this was the.
Was
well,
a little later.
sorry.
Move 46. No, later.
Later.
It's all right.
Yes,
No,
yes,
the-
yes.
the move you played
yes,
in the
yes,
game.
Yes, yes, And after exchanging the rooks, and I think h5 is the key,
This is
the
absolute
key
killer,
move
yeah?
to win, because the knight will lose against the bishop, and and I think after she had no chance to
Yeah.
save the game.
So you're on 7 out of 10 now. So
Yes.
what's the idea for tomorrow? Trying to qualify for a World Championship?
For sure, yeah. I try.
Yeah.
I've never played
Yeah.
the World Championship, so I will try my best.
Was there any special preparation before the tournament? Was it the goal to become one of the
Nothing
qualifiers?
special. I just played one tournament in Hungary. I didn't play so well, so nothing concrete
But
preparation.
now things go very well.
Yeah,
So
finally.
we wish you best of luck for
Thank
the
you
last
very
round.
much.
And yeah,
Thank you
you
very
very
much.
much for being here. And we have the next guest, I think, so we go on a short break and be back. Welcome back to the studio, and I'm very happy to have the next guest, Natalia Pogonina. Welcome in the studio. And you won your 10th round, and you are now on 7 out of 10.
Yes, today it was an interesting game, and also with interesting endgame, rook endgame. I don't know, maybe it should be a draw, but White has some problems. So I'm not sure. I should check. But yesterday I have interesting endgame today, so it's.
Well, Arthur said that real mastery shows in the endgame. So, and we were very convinced by the way you played. But maybe we should talk first about tournament in general. How do you like organization and the tournament?
Yeah, I like it. I think everything is very nice, especially food. The food is a problem for a lot of tournaments, and here is very good food, and it's very important for chess players when you don't have problem with it. So nice hotel in the center of the nice city. So I don't know, everything is nice. Maybe the weather is a little bit cold for April, but it's the weather. So
so we do not have so much influence on it.
Yes.
So did you have some opportunity to go into the city and do some sightseeing?
Only first several days, because I had have a problem with my health here. Unfortunately, last days I could walk only a little bit in the park. But it's very nice. It's very. Maybe I should visit again Riga.
There are some nice tournaments here, as we try to promote for the last days. So tomorrow will be last round, and what are your plans for tomorrow? A real fight, or are you trying to secure top 14?
Okay, I will see tomorrow. I don't know. It's depends a lot of things. So I don't know what will be tomorrow. We will see parents. I will think about situation, and maybe to check my tie breaks. I don't know, because I don't know. In my first last European Championship, I had 7 points and did not qualify. So I should be, how to say, I should see everything and be ready to every situation.
I'm always very interested in how you prepare for such a tough and long tournament. Is there some special preparation or just business as usual?
Okay, I didn't have some special preparation for this championship, but I have preparation my physical. So I was running a lot and try to have a lot of strength before tournament, but I don't know, maybe it helped me and I don't sick so much because unfortunately I'm not in my good shape.
Okay. Do you have an idea on what spot you are at the moment? Did you check it already, or in the rankings at the moment? You are top 10, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's very, I know here a lot of players. It's a very strong tournament, and a lot of players. So it will be. I think a lot of players will try places for for qualifying. I don't know. Also, if I will, for example, I can think about more higher places, for example, because if you have some 7 points and will win, so you will have a chance to medal. Also. I only once took third place in European Championship. It was 2009.
Okay, so a few years ago.
Yes, a lot of years ago.
And I know a lot of players are here with a coach. Is it the same with you, or is it a secret? Something?
No, my coach in the law, it's in Russia, and he prepared a lot of students in the Russian Championship. So he helped. What's nice that he helped me and helps with my It's famous coach. It's Lobach Pavel. We work. I don't know, from maybe 1998. So we are
Very
together
nice.
for a long
You're
for a
going
long
a long
time.
way together, yeah?
Yes, and he helps me a lot, and I'm glad for it.
So, do you think your preparation for last round will be mainly opening or psychological way to how to approach the game?
Okay, it's. I think it's more psychology because it's last round. It's a morning round, and maybe the opening will be not so. How to say? Not so important. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, because there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress for the last round.
Yes.
So, yeah, I know it was a long and tough game. You're tired. You're ready for preparation and for bed and for dinner. So, thank you very much that you took your time anyway to come here and give us some insights. Good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thank you.
And all the best to you.
Thank you. Bye.
So, I think we will be back in a few minutes again. And yeah, we go for a short break. Welcome back again. You see I'm alone now, so that's a sure sign that the most games are over. A few are playing, but it's time to make a summary of today's round, of round 10. Tomorrow we will have last round at 11 o'clock Latvian time, so for all other European countries, for example, they have to do a bit of calculation, but tomorrow at 11 o'clock, 4 hours earlier than usual. For today's games, we have a very important win of Nana Zaknice at board 1 with the white pieces against a very experienced player from Poland, Monika Soczko, but today wasn't Monika's day and she lost. Maybe to say easy would be maybe a bit too much, but Nana played a very convincing game, and so we have a sole leader, Nana Zaknice. Half point behind is Alexandra Goryachkina, who made a draw today in a very exciting night end game, but at the end of the day it was a draw. And then there will be, because of a lot of draws, a lot of players who will try to play for the medals, but yeah, Nana Zaknice has a very good tiebreak, so if she doesn't lose today, she has good chances to be the next European woman chess champion. And yeah, but we will see what happens tomorrow. Maybe Nana is going to play against our guest from a few minutes ago, Nana Zaknice, but we will see. And Alexandra Goryachkina has, with the white pieces tomorrow, most probably try to win by all means if she would have a shot at the European Championship. Most important for a lot of players, as for Natalia, is qualification for World Championship match. And to remind you, it will be the place 1 to 14 of this championship who will qualify. So there will be the very tough pairings, especially those players who are now on the rankings on 18, 19, 20 have to win. And so we are waiting for some very, very exciting matches. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, European Chess TV. We can recommend that to make sure that you will not miss 1 minute of tomorrow's coverage. I won't be here tomorrow. Tomorrow here will be Tom Skantans and Arthur Neitschand. So for me, it's time to say thank you to the producers of this show, the organizers, the great team of arbiters, the hotel, the sponsors, that they made all this possible. This is a huge deal for chess in Europe. Yeah, I wish you all a very good night, and don't forget to join tomorrow 11 o'clock Latvian time to our YouTube channel to get a lot of very exciting games tomorrow. Good night and see you soon.